Okay. So we are episode 26. Badass Records, Lisa Wilkinson. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good except for I cannot figure out where the heck July went. I mean,
Yeah.
It's the strangest thing in that, I always go back to summer vacation from school as a kid and how it would just blink of an eye, be here and be gone, and then you're in the long cycle of the school year again. And I can remember as a kid feeling like even summer to summer, the summers seem to go shorter. And it's probably because initially it's all day pool, bikes, outside, and then you get sports and activity, whatever. And then you hit adulthood and it's like, holy shit. Every single year, the current year is going faster than the previous one, and the current month is going faster than the previous one. And I mean,
it starts to pass by really quickly. And then I think for me, the pandemic created some sort of like time warp.
Yeah.
Where
Pull that guy a little closer to the edge of the table for me.
This guy?
Yeah, and just so that it's a little closer to your mouth. You don't have to sit up, but just
trying to scoot.
Yeah,
I can't scoot.
I know it's not.
No, I don't know. It was just weird. Like, I think we were talking earlier about my son being 14, and I think in my mind that whole time we were just home alone or just stuck together, that only felt like a year. So it's like how like it seemed like really long at sometimes, and then like it just, because there was nothing going on to kind of like mark time.
Yeah.
Just week after week of the same thing. So
Well,
it just felt like, how is he this old?
It went on for a year, but it was also not. It didn't jive with the calendar year, right? It's kind of like stuff's percolating late 19, and then I think, and then early 20. Boom. And then it's kind of like a year later. And so what happened for me is like, there's just this, how Pigpen always walked with like a trail of dust following him from the Peanuts?
Oh, yeah.
It's sort of like this cloud of the last 24 to 32 months. And it's like, I don't know where in there it is, but it's in there.
Yeah.
And so it happened in the pandemic cloud or whatever,
That's a good way to visualize it.
And then you're like, if you assign that kind of understanding to it, then it almost begins to cloud things before pandemic, as well, like 2018 and 2017. I mean, some of that's getting, we're not spring chickens.
My memory is shit.
Yeah, complete
shit.
garbage. And I have been historically by my siblings touted as somebody with a really good memory, and it's come up a couple times here. But I don't know how many times a week my daughter will be like, "Remember I was telling you about?" And I'm like, not even the foggiest. Like, what? You remember I told you? And it's like, sometimes I'll fudge the truth. I'll be like, "Oh, that seems a little familiar." I'm like,
news to me.
Yeah.
So
it has made me wonder on more than one occasion have you had COVID?
I have not. That I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. Well, I got it in between the divisional round and the conference championship round when we won the Super Bowl. And both my kids got it, and they felt crummy for like 36 hours. I felt pretty crummy for 4 or 5 days, and then I had no smell for 6 months.
Wow.
And then when summer came around and I started really getting into the thick of the yard work cycle, like when I would be out doing whatever and be on the verge of breaking into a sweat, I would get like little trickles of product smells that I either apply or consume coming out. Like all of a sudden I'd be like, is that Sailor Jerry? Or is that suddenly my deodorant is like I can taste it in my mouth, or
That is so weird.
aftershave on like I haven't yet shaved and put on aftershave, so it's from the day before or whatever. And then I mean I have been a Coke drinker my whole life. Like we would get, like, when my mom would go to the store, she would get a 2 liter, and it was kind of like, thanks for the Coke for the next day.
Yeah.
But, and then, I mean, once you're in the business, the service industry, and you're around that fountain. So point being, ever since, Coke doesn't taste the same anymore. Which is whatever. I don't need to be. It's not, but it's weird, and it makes me think. And all of these things kind of combined have made me wonder if, like, memory does COVID affect your memory at all?
Oh yeah, people have that COVID fog.
Well, right, but fog implies that it lifts, right? Eventually.
I don't know. I guess it does, but like you can be in a fog for a while.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know people who've had that. Well, yeah, I mean, I count myself as pretty fortunate, but also like Owen and I have purposely stayed pretty safe.
Yeah.
And if there's like one period of time, I think it was at the beginning of this year, where a form of it went through, and all of them are different, right? They have different symptoms. And my back just hurt. Oh, it just hurt. I was so uncomfortable. Didn't want to walk up the stairs. Just, my back hurt. And it was just, what did I do? I wasn't like working that hard in the yard. I didn't work out too hard. Like, why do I hurt like this? And then, friend, her dad was like, she said, my dad has it, and the only thing he complained about was back pain.
Really?
So I was like, well, maybe I did have it. Like, I don't know. And then they're saying that there's so many people actually who have had it who never showed symptoms. Like, there's a good, like, likely that I've had it.
Right.
But I just don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it was tough. Like,
that's a rough recovery, though. Losing your sense of smell is no small thing. That's a big
considered myself insanely grateful, because when it first hit, I mean, I literally remember like multiple times standing at the dining room window, like staring out into the world, being like, what's happened? Like, are we gonna, like, I feel a little bit scared, but I don't know if I should feel this scared, or should I feel more scared? Like, it was so bizarre. And then we had like a neighborhood group thread, and it was like, okay, every day for a short while, everybody come out at 6 to the end of your driveway and stay there and have a drink and say hello and wave. And it was just like so bizarre. Anyway, and then homeschool.
Oh yeah.
There were so at the time it was kindergarten and third, and it was a lot of days. It was like 10:45 or 11 before I had them up and fed and at the table and ready, and then just bouncing between them and work stuff. I mean, we would, like, so many nights at 8:00. I'm like, okay, we're done with school. Now we got to figure out dinner and get you in bed.
Yeah.
And it was the next day and the next day.
So that's what I mean. It just would go and go. It was so repetitive. And I feel you there. Owen has some challenges, right? So he has an IEP. People don't know what that is. The school has to provide certain services.
Is he in USD 512?
I don't know what that means.
Is he in the Shawnee Mission District?
Shawnee Mission.
Okay, yeah.
That's the number, but yes. But, again, kind of good things do come. I had lived on the Wyandotte County side when Owen first started school. And so he was going through that school district. And just was able to get him a really good, solid IEP. Like
What
I had the
school?
right TA Edison.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And I just got him this really great IEP. Like the special ed teacher there was amazing. Got him a lot of support. And then divorce, sold the house, moved neighborhoods, and had him repeat first grade because of where his birthday is. And in order to get services, he had to go when he turned
Sure.
5 or whatever. Repeated first grade, and then that IEP transferred to the Shawnee Mission School
No
District.
way.
Well, it has to.
Okay.
And so he got more than I know a lot of other kids got.
That works if you stay within the same state.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I think probably there's different rules from state to state. I'm not an expert there.
Right.
But at least within, like, it's a legally binding document too that they can't change it without reviewing it with you.
Right.
So it's not, I mean, like, it wouldn't matter. Like, it just doesn't change unless there's some agreement or, things get elevated from there.
Yeah. Once you have it.
Once you have it. And I had a good one.
I did 3 years of social work in KCK, and I would run into a lot of, like, we're going to put the hand up if you're asking for an IEP or asking for a diagnosis or asking for services. And at first I didn't understand. It all came down to funding, because if we provide this, then it comes out of the district. Anyway, you got a good one.
I got a good one. And also I think that what I had been told is that Wyandotte County, and like where you worked, that, that's a big county. There's a lot of diversity. That there was more of a need and therefore more of a budget than what you were going to see in Johnson County.
Sure.
I think. But it's not without saying I didn't have to fight for a lot of things along the way, but where it netted out was that very first semester, like, they went on spring break and they never went back. Right. So,
Yeah.
And the next year in the fall, it was going to be primarily remote.
Mm-hmm.
But because of his IEP, because of the hours of in-person support he got, he was still able to go to the school for like 5 hours a day.
The whole time?
Uh-huh.
Wow. Okay.
Because it was more like a one-on-one setting.
Sure.
And they had the space because nobody else was in the building, and they'd wear masks, and his special ed teacher was able to keep him up with like the remote stuff. So I got really lucky there, but it's not that I didn't do any at home stuff with him.
Right.
But that was, I guess, a silver lining for that period of time.
Yeah.
Like, he still got out of the house, and I still had to work.
Well, I've always known that I have a huge penchant to tangent off and lose my train of thought, which, boy, if you think that about yourself, document it, and then you'll be like, oh my God. Anyway, lucky with the sense of smell thing when it was first happening, it was like, I don't watch the news. So it's like my facts and my information is coming from the internet and whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like, even if you're trying not to look, it's impossible to keep, there's a shortage of respirators and hospitals are full and all of these terrifying things. And then it's just like the death toll. And, of course, I'm not really interested in diving in and saying, well, are these people really dying from COVID? Because it could, it just, to me, people are dying that weren't dying before. So,
Yeah.
Point being, if 6 months without smell is as rough as it, I mean, holy shit. Like, I felt so lucky. But, so we're homeschooling, and there are lots of great protocols in place from the school. And hockey they were like, we don't know what to do. Mm-hmm. So for a while it was like, I everybody's got to wear a mask. And then for a while it was no locker room. You got to change in the parking lot. No lock. And then it went through a whole bunch of different ripples. But we went like a whole big cycle of time. It felt like where we were able to get out there, and then we got a message one day, and it was like somebody from your game last week, and it was a Wednesday night game, I think, tested positive. And I was like, well, who? Was it somebody from my team? And they're like, we don't know. Could be scorekeeper, could blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, that's the, and then my whole team was just like, COVID, and me included. And so it was like,
isn't that just crazy how contagious that is? I mean, you're playing a game. It's not like you guys are up in each other's faces the whole time.
No, but there are moments where bunches of people come together and you're indoors and breathing but yeah, anyway, it's such and I feel like, I a goofball, I chat up the person that's ringing me up at QT and it's selling me a hammer at the hardware store. And I feel like collectively people are like, yeah, this whole handful of years back here, who knows, and then they move on, and it's, we sort of all seem to be thinking that way, but it's really weird. Like,
yeah, I am in a weird spot. Like, I still count myself as lucky as not having it, right? So then you're like, well, I've gone this long, and I'm going out and I'm seeing people like not wearing masks. I still wear a mask.
To the grocery store and where?
To the grocery store. I wear it to the karate class. I went into the office this week and I wore it there most of the day. To me, it's not a huge inconvenience.
Right.
I think it does interfere with like communications, like facial expression, but it just doesn't seem worth it. Like,
no.
And I do listen to NPR every morning. That's like a big way of where I get my news. And, they said locally this week it's the same hospitalization rates as January of this year, which was pretty bad because we were coming out of all the holidays and stuff.
So have you flown?
Oh, no, but I mean, that goes back to Owen. Like, he's just not going to get on a plane. Like, that's something we're working on.
Okay.
Longer.
Okay.
Tangent.
I just had it again. Father's Day.
Oh my god.
The kids and I flew to Colorado, and it was really cool. Like, Buddy in Denver, him and his wife and 3 kids were kind of our hub. Mm-hmm. But we rented a car, stayed with them, went down to Durango, stayed with the buddy and his kids, came back up, and then went to Fort Collins and stayed with friends and their kids, and went over to Estes and saw friends and their kids, came back to Denver. And then, and she's the Denver, she's a nurse, or has been. And I was like, man, I'm feeling like I'm not, the video game where your character's life bar is up here and it ticks down. It's like I feel like I'm a couple ticks shy of. Mm-hmm. It's like, where's your? Is there any vitamin C echinacea in the house? And they're like, no. I'm like, what? All right. Well, that's my go-to anytime I feel something coming on. Sure. I'll do that 1,000 milligrams of C, and for a few days. So I went to the grocery store and came back and laid down like while all the kids were watching Sing 2. And then we had a super late flight, so we headed out around 5 or 6, and by the time they were in bed here, it was 11, and I felt like I'd been hit by a truck. I was so tired to like my bones. Like I couldn't find a comfortable way to stand. And I was like, and I've also historically, like, if I feel that initial something, and I have to get on a plane, guaranteed by the time we land, I'm sick. Right. Oh, mm-hmm. So woke up Monday kind of like, oh, wow, rest did me really well, and kind of went about. And then around lunchtime, I was like, uh-oh, something's not right. And then sure enough, I was positive. And Adeline was positive, but she only kind of had the sniffles for a day or so, and then we were fine. And then it was just like, and literally, I asked like 4 people, like my stepmom, who's a retired nurse, the gal in Denver, and just a couple other people who are smart enough to listen to NPR or whatever they do. And like, what are we doing? It's not 10 days anymore. And everybody was like, I think it's 5 from, but I don't really know. And it was, so, I was like, this thing has shifted and taken so many forms, and like information has been available, sort of. I mean, wild. Like, I'm not, I know that there are, you know, starving people and people that have really, really shitty conditions in their lives. So I'm not trying to, but still, it's just,
Yeah.
kind of just makes you step back and be like, man, I thought I knew how to like be a human and walk through the days. And
No,
maybe
I think all of that's gotten harder. You know, there's times where I find myself feeling pretty socially awkward in a way that like I didn't really experience before.
Really?
Like it was all like, I have to remember how to have a conversation. I have to remember to listen, and what kind of question would you ask back? And you know, I had to be I think a little bit more present. I think to like, I just wasn't used to talking to people.
Well, I mean, do you get on TikTok at all?
I have a love-hate relationship with TikTok.
Yeah.
Have you, like, because of the industry that I'm in, a lot of the social media that I am on is because that was where I worked. That was, our products would end up there.
Yep.
So you had to know at least the basics about any of them.
Right.
But I really resisted it at first because because of the industry that I work in, I also try not to put my whole life out
Sure.
there.
Yeah.
You know, I'm pretty conscious about like even giving out my phone number or my email address and things like that. Because if y'all knew how this all works, like
What?
how much you're being monitored and watched, you know,
By
everybody. I mean, just
Bill
everybody.
Gates.
If I send you an email,
Steve Jobs.
if I send you an email through our, you know, proprietary system, Salesforce, we know if you opened it, we know what time you opened it, know if you scrolled down, like what you kind of hovered on.
I'm going to edit all of this out because it's terrifying.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
like there's a psychology about getting people to purchase, and you know that's part of it. And so it's just, I know these things. It's something that I think is really interesting to me, but I just try and it's impossible to stay off the grid at this point. Like
Right.
we've all given up too much at this. It's impossible. But you don't have to put it all out there, and you
Yeah.
should be selective about what you share. And
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm
So.
curious. I asked because, I mean, that's in my mind, that's kind of the go-to finger point. But, you know, I think I've seen it said about, you know, YouTube videos and video games and I don't know, maybe even TV shows and movies. But this notion of how often is the stimulus changing, and there's intention behind it. And so it to me, and I haven't like deep dived in it or anything, but it kind of becomes this chicken or the egg thing where it's like, wait, is that, what's the origination, you know, what's the origin point of thinking that has value in it to change the stimulus so at such a fast yet consistent rate? Because I mean, I remember hearing that and being like, yeah, I can see examples in life of where that is the case. And now here's TikTok. And Adeline, she's good at it. Like she's got some editing skills, and she knows, she loves doing get ready with me videos.
Love those.
And so she'll have like, you know, some lip balm, and it's going to go in a little fanny pack. And so you get like a shot of the product and a shot of the bag, and then the product's over here. And then all of a sudden the product's halfway in the bag.
It's like stop motion.
Sort of. Yeah. Or like, you're looking at, a shot of the couch, in her room, and all of a sudden, like the folded shirt she's gonna wear like lands there, and then the next item,
Yeah.
and so and she can string it all together, and then she shows me, and it's always really good. Like I'm, she struggles a little bit academically, and she struggles everywhere confidence wise, and she's not the shiningest athlete in any way. So when I see a skill, I bang the hell out of that drum.
I am so right with you
So
on that with Owen. Yeah, same thing.
she shows me, and I was like, or no, I saw it. She's like, can I make? Yeah, go make it. And then later, after she's in bed, I saw it, and I was like, oh, that's really good. But it's so fast that I can't even tell like what the product is. And I said, hey, like you did. In fact, the video intro for this, she did. And it took her, I was like, it's got to be 10 seconds, and I want you to catch all these points. But anyway, I said, you did such a good job on this TikTok, and she's made a few cents. However, and she looked at me with this look of like, I know what you mean, but I don't know how to, like that make what you're saying makes sense, but this is how I view this. That's my lens for the world. And I was just like,
yeah.
Oh man, that is, and I don't, what is that? Consumerism, capitalism, China. I mean, I don't even know. Like what, what is it? Why do we, because we used to be able to like, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, when they go to the museum and they stare at the painting, for X amount of time before moving on to the next one.
Yeah. Yeah. Similarly, like that makes me think of like all the time that not to go back to pandemic, but all the time that our kids have lost, and like they're they haven't got to like just go outside and play like we did for a very long time, and so now you've got all these kids that can't even talk to each other basically. Yeah. They only want to text, and they only want to do TikToks and those kind of, and again, this goes back to even advertising, like the digital consumption and knowing where your people are at and targeting them with things that that they want to see. And there is a real talent behind it with like your daughter and influencers. I really do think it can be a legit, really great form of expression.
Yeah.
But it's also really, like you said, just
it's not good. I don't think it's good for your brain.
Like, no, it's not, and that's
or
what keeps
your social cues.
That's what keeps you going and going and going, and doom scrolling, like they say. And I shouldn't even say this because I don't really know the whole story, but there was a television show recently, or a cartoon show of some type for children, and I can't tell you the name of it, but it got some attention because kids were just loving it, just eating it up. You remember how like that Teletubby stuff, people were like, that was so weird, and it was slow paced, just this was the other end of the spectrum. And it was just, and what they found was that if you would look at what cartoons or kids shows had done in the past where they were slower paced, this is now mimicking what we're setting them up to consume down the road. We're already like feeding them so much, all these cuts, jumps to different images.
So Teletubbies was a portal to TikTok?
The opposite. I mean, I think that whatever has evolved since Teletubbies has become like a mirror of that kind of expression, video expression, and how quick it is. And it's
weird.
It's a good and it's a bad thing,
Well, I mean, I'm sure you've seen the memes that are like, used to do everything I could to, get out from the breakfast table as fast as I could. And then I had basically had till the lights came on at night, and I would beg for 15 more minutes to be outside with my friends. And or I just saw one the other day that was like rode bikes to a construction site and dug around in the dirt and went and bought baseball cards and went to the pool for 5 hours and played German Spotlight and then come in the front door and mom's like, "What'd you do today?" "Nothing." But today mom could say, "What'd you do today?" and the kid could say nothing because it could be true.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, activities, having, we have, you have to read every day, piano, I don't know, just trying to, try to be somewhat involved in scheduling or participating in play dates, shooting hoops, camping. I mean, it's just, it's the weirdest dynamic to say, like all these parameters in place all these things are good for you, but also we're trying to like steer you away from thinking that screen time is how all of your downtime should be spent. And, it's like all this energy and words and so forth. Meanwhile, like I'm on my work laptop holding my phone or I'm down here, it's super, super hypocritical.
It absolutely
in
is.
a sense. So,
Yeah,
are you born and raised here?
I am.
Okay. And your folks met how?
My folks both came from Topeka
Okay.
originally, and my mom worked at the county courthouse, and I think my dad worked for like the gas company.
Okay. Good
there.
old school jobs.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
no advertising firms and
No.
influencers and
No. No. Nothing like that. My mom's a real, she was a real salt of the earth kind of person. She grew up poor.
Okay.
And lost her dad when she was 10. It's a huge age gap between her sisters and her. My grandmother had her when she was 47. And
Damn.
they were immigrants.
Oh, really?
My grandfather came from Vienna. My grandmother grew up on the Austria-Hungarian border.
Oh, wow.
And
Is that Eastern Bloc? Does that fall under that umbrella?
Like, Austria's pretty right.
Okay.
They're pretty, not a place you want to go right now.
Gotcha.
They're pretty extreme. But yeah, just, again, like my mom was older when she had us. Her mom was older when she had her. So, my mom just grew up in a different time and didn't have a lot. And, but there's really cool stories in that side of the family. And, but either way, they met at the courthouse and dated for quite a while. And, just because of how things went, my dad ended up in the military for a minute, but he was in Chicago, so not like overseas or fighting. He was never in a war. But my mom's sister had early onset Alzheimer's, and then her father had already passed, and then she ended up being like the sole caregiver for her mom and her sister. Had another sister, Rose. So I had four cousins who are all close. We're close to my parents' age. My cousins are in their 80s now. And they still have a family farm in Topeka.
Oh, wow.
Uh-huh.
What are there, like cattle? What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's and they don't keep a lot, but
Sure.
probably like 30, 40 head at any given time. It's a really great place to like go on adventures, because you talk about like property being in the family. I'm going to go on a complete tangent if you let me talk about this.
That's the nickname of the show, is who's the tangent champion and who's the champion from getting us back from the tangent. So,
I love this story about my family. So I kind of explained the setup. Mom, grandmother, two sisters, Rose, Louise. Rose married Joe, and they had 4 kids. he was apparently quite a character. And their family were, I mean, they just continued to be like, just how you make money, kind of like a hustle, right? Like they owned car washes, they owned convenience stores, they owned one of the buildings on the farm used to grow, or they used to raise like not minks, but something like that. That was, you're supposed to be able to sell the fur
Sure.
for coats and things. Just buying and selling, and I don't know,
Hustling.
Hustling. Yeah. And at one point, my Uncle Joe and that side of the family owned, I guess, a lot of property around, the farm, a couple other acres, wherever. And they owned the field where the Topeka Owls would play.
I know that name somehow.
They, not like super well known around town, but back at this time there was no Royals. A lot of people in Kansas City, if you had any way to follow baseball at all, you were probably cheering for St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
But just like here, you have, or Omaha, you have AAA teams, AA teams, stuff like that. So I don't know the category, but it was a baseball field.
Yeah.
And my uncle just owned the land, but he was there as a caretaker, and my mom and my cousins would pick up glass bottles afterwards and go get the deposits
Sure.
and stuff, and
get those nickels.
Just some really great stories like that. But at some point, like a lot of baseball teams do, like in those eras and wars and all, like the team wasn't going to be around. Like it was, things were falling apart. And my uncle basically donated the field. Like, he didn't own the stadium, but he just was like, all right, we're not going to do rent. Like, and it helped to save the team.
Oh, cool.
For, so during a period where they weren't going to make it.
Right.
So, and then, we've got pictures of what it looked like and
Nice.
stuff. And they had what they called the chicken house, but which wasn't really a chicken house. They just called it a chicken house. And they'd had all these, like, small cabins set up so that baseball players could rent the cabins while they stayed there, and they wouldn't have to like go get hotels and
Sure.
things, and just all kinds of cool stuff. So their property in Topeka has been in the family for quite a long time.
Yeah.
And it's just like treasure hunting. It it's like when if you ever watch the Antiques Roadshow, not the Antiques Roadshow, what's the other one? The one where they go what's the word?
It's not pawn.
Pickers.
Oh.
When you go picking
yeah.
people's property.
Yes.
You could go there and like
Okay.
pick and just find some really cool stuff.
So you go?
Yeah.
And
I mean, I don't ever take anything, but it's just like.
But you enjoy being there.
Oh yeah.
And does Owen go, and does he?
Yeah. He enjoys it when we
Okay.
go, but again, he'd rather be doing anything than being outside and experiencing nature.
What are some of your favorite things to do if you go for a day or a weekend? I mean,
we don't go for a weekend.
Okay.
My cousins, one has passed, and then my other 3 cousins live there. They're also my godparents and my sister's godparents, and so we just go visit them, go check on them, have dinner with them. They're still running the thing. Like
sure. But if you wanted to, like,
just hang out,
enjoy
just go
nature,
for
or go for a walk.
Yeah,
cool.
Go for walks. They've got farm trucks and stuff just like any other farm, and get in the farm truck and you go back to the back field and
nice.
See the cows. And
are there dogs and cats running around, or
no dogs? I think there's some probably barn cats and stuff, but they've never really been much for pets. And
sure.
Cows I think are enough for them.
Yeah.
But no, they've got like old, like there's one like old food truck. It's like half the inside of it's burnt out. Like it's
cool.
Just dumping grounds for like random things. There's an old Schlitz beer
Wait, but
cart truck thing.
can the public access this land to dump
No.
their stuff?
No.
Well, how's this stuff gotten there?
And they're, again, they just, this jack of all trades thing that they just grew up with.
Okay.
They had the
It's
farm.
remnants of the hustling days.
They had the farm. They, like I said, at different times would like run these car washes. And my uncle, Joe Jr., but we called him Junie, was really smart, and he was really good with like um, just building things and, craftsmanship. Like they built their cousin's house, and they
cool.
built their house, the one
Nice.
that's still on the property that they live in now. And just yeah, like they'd build things, and so you just, other farm people, and
That's
you're like,
cool.
I don't know, maybe they bought it for scrap metal. He did say that one of the trucks, my godfather John said that one of the trucks that had been back there was so cool. It was all rusted out and probably wires showing on the seats and stuff, but it had this like diamond shaped speedometer almost. I'd never seen anything like it on like an old truck before. It was so cool.
Nice.
And last time I went up there, he was like, he made sure to tell me that he had sold it. And it's just some old trucks. It's like an old Chevy, I think. And that the people that bought it shaved the front off of it and just took the whole front and mounted it like on their property, their house. They're like, they just have the whole front grill of the truck and stuff, like just sliced.
I bet it looks cool.
I'm like I said, they're thrifty. Like,
yeah.
Sure, he probably got a good price on that.
Yeah. That's, the old adage, if these walls could talk.
Mm-hmm.
So this is my 24th home, and this place was built in 51 or 50, one of those two. And it's like most of my knowledge of this house is like very mildly educated guesswork.
Mm-hmm.
But I can tell, I like some things were done where it's like somebody was wise and wealthy enough to like make these, and it's very cool. But I would love to know the whole history of this house, like because I think the kitchen and the garage were an add-on, so maybe it was anyway. And then you can tell there's some things that were probably repaired because structurally stuff was suffering, and just lots of little fascinating things. And so in that scenario, if these walls could talk, it would be giving me the whole history of the house. But in the scenario of your relatives who built their own homes, those walls could tell somebody else the whole story of the person that built the home and lived there their whole, like, it's so wild to me and cool. And
they did this thing too. So they had a house that was like closer to downtown Topeka, and they had built that one themselves. So I remember going there really little, and like they're just little like telephone windows, in the walls. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
Shit like that, like handmade cabinets, like just so, and a very unique layout. And when they built the house up on the farm, still living at the house closer into the city, by the time we got to go up there and see it, like they had literally taken the house that they had and that entire design, flipped it, and mirrored it at the house in Topeka. So like the way that the kitchen was laid out, it's like the exact same way. Just everything that was on your right was now on your left. Like they just flipped the house around. So it was like they had built the mirror image of their old house, literally.
I love it. So are your folks still around?
No.
Neither one of them?
No.
Okay.
In fact, that's been the last couple of years of my life.
Really?
So, my parents were, pretty independent up until, well, their early 80s. I mean, they were doing really pretty good. But my dad had a lot of kidney damage. He'd had heart problems. He'd had diabetes. Like, he was kind of a mess medically. But he just always seemed to keep going,
Sure.
you know? And he had gotten to the point where he was on dialysis and, you know, diabetic, and my mom's memory was really starting to go. And my dad had just let his meds slip one night, or not. It honestly had probably been going on. Like, we were all, you know, spending time checking on them more frequently, but nobody was there like 24/7.
Right.
And
they're where when this is happening?
What? That they're messing up?
No, where are they living?
Oh, they're in old downtown OP. That's where the
Okay.
house that I grew up in. And
So were you a West girl, or?
I would have been, and in some capacity I was, but I went to Catholic schools.
Okay.
So I did go to West for my senior year, but that was it.
Sure.
But
So mom's memory and dad's
mom's memory, and then dad ended up really, like, he didn't take his insulin, and so he ended up in the hospital, and then that was like 2 weeks, and then you know, they let him go home after that, but then it became my sisters and I having to go over there like every afternoon and every evening, like we all took turns, like, for at least 4 or 5 months.
Sisters, you have more
I have an older sister and I have a younger sister, and then blessed that both my brothers-in-law are really great human beings, and I've got nephews and things. So, you know, throughout all of it, we just had to make sure that he was taking his meds right and that they were eating, and, you know, we'd bring over dinner, and it was tough. And then
was he ever like annoyed that you were checking on meds? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you know, and my parents
I'm
were married
fine.
for 50 years, and like my mom, everything was my dad's fault, and like, or, you know, like, he'd take his medicine, but she'd have this giant mess on the table that he could, and then his medicine would get covered up and he'd forget to take it, and they didn't want us to clean up their space, and it was really problematic. And then you know, at some point you're like, okay, you guys are done. Like, we have supported you as long as, like, we wanted you to be as independent as you could for as long as you could. That was your wish. You are now at a point where this is not sustainable. And so they moved into assisted living facility in, I think, like August of, was it, the pandemic hit in 2019, so it would have been August of 2018.
On the Kansas side?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And still kind of in that same area.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, my mom was so disoriented, and she didn't, you know, she kept wanting to go home. And, you know, my dad had some other medical scares, and, you know, he was going to dialysis still, like, every single day or every other day. And
can I ask really quick, like, I feel like for me, dialysis has been just a term I've heard my whole life. It has to do, it's trying to help your kidneys have better functioning, but what is it and how is it administered?
Okay, you usually have a port.
Okay.
It would be like a separate surgery that they'll go in and they'll put in a port, and it's usually in your arm. You know, it's covered in skin, but like accessible. And then, and yes, the reason is that, like, my dad's kidneys were just not working anymore. Like, he was old, he'd had diabetes, he'd had other things. It definitely was not like a health nut. He loved to eat.
Sure.
So his kidneys were just done.
So, but dialysis is able to
So what they
strengthen
do
them?
is it's never going to replace your kidneys.
Right.
It's the next best thing. It will give you longevity. It will, you can maintain, but, you know, whether or not you're going to be, you definitely can't live a normal life depending on how frequently you need to go. I know when I would go check on my dad there, or, you know, end up taking him or something, there were younger people there. Like, there was one guy I remember who was really handsome. And you just kind of look and you're like, man, you got to wonder how that person got
story?
here.
Yeah.
And so it'd be all age groups, and, you know, kidneys don't work for a lot of different reasons.
And kidneys, they're supposed to filter
They
out the
filter
bad.
out the bad.
Right.
And so that's what the machine does, is you plug it in and you're there. You know, it's a minor medical treatment every single time.
You can't do this on your own. You got to go to a place.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Like, They have now, in more recent years, ones that you can like do overnight. So you could do it at home and you can plug yourself in and your blood will get cleaned overnight. But
The cleaning of the blood.
it's the
That's the
cleaning of the blood.
okay. Okay.
It's filtering it out, filtering out all the bad stuff. But it's not as effective as
Right.
your kidneys. It takes a long time. It can be very tiring for people, and it has to go through.
Yeah.
So if you went, you're looking at like 30 minutes prep. They're going to take your blood pressure. They're going to do all your things. They're going to,
Oh Jesus.
and then
Every
clean
time.
you up, and then you get your thing put on, and you just sit in your chair. And my dad would bring some M&Ms and some headphones and the TV, and make buddies with the people that he'd be next to,
Sure.
he'd talk to, and he had a really regular routine. Like they couldn't travel, like most people can't, because you have to arrange this in advance of going
Arrange
anywhere
your
and
life
take
around this treatment.
absolutely.
So mom's memory is she's disoriented and wanting to go home, and he's having to do this at the place.
No, they take him off site.
Oh, well, okay.
Because like there's dialysis places all around town.
Sure.
Like, if you see one called DaVita, that's one. There's one right across the street from my house through KU. Yeah, so he'd have to leave the facility like 2-3 times a day, but they were only in there for 6 months before COVID hit. And again, go back to thinking how crazy that was. None of us knew how it could be transferred. Nursing homes and assisted living places were getting, bombarded, like just so many people getting sick. It was really horrible. And they shut it down. Like we could not see our parents.
Yeah.
We could talk to them. We could go stand outside the windows and wave to them as they were on, the second floor. They eventually did end up like there's a multi-purpose room that you could open the windows and they would sit inside and you would sit outside and you could talk to them through the window, but you had to stay, so far away. And, there's days they're out there and there's snow on the ground. It sucked.
Yeah,
It fucking sucked.
Yeah.
And, but they didn't start doing even the window part like that. They shut it down in probably like February, March. And then for 2 months we couldn't go and see. And that's when they started the window thing, was in May. And, so my birthday is May 26th, like Memorial Day weekend. And they had just started it that weekend. So I went to go see my parents on my birthday. I got the day off work, went to go see my parents, got to see them through the window, hadn't laid eyes on them except through a glass door. 6 months. And then my dad died about a week and a half after that.
Whoa.
And, of my 3 sisters, I was the only one who had gotten to see him since before the holidays.
Oh, man.
And he actually died at the dialysis place. He was in the middle of getting dialysis, and it was just the thing. Like he had heart failure, and his blood pressure had gotten so low.
Happened.
Well, your blood pressure just gets so low, and the dialysis doesn't help it. Like you have to have good blood pressure in order for it to work. So he just wasn't doing good on dialysis. Like he was winding down, but again, like he had just gone through so much and lasted for so long. You're like, meh. You say he's got maybe a few more months, he'll kick it another year. Like,
Right.
But
God, does that happen often? People die in a facility like that? I mean, do they have beds?
You are like laying down in kind of like a recliner type thing. I mean, I think your blood pressure can drop when you're getting dialysis, and if it's just like falling asleep.
Wow.
Yeah. So,
Well,
that was June, and then obviously my mom was kind of on her own after that. And it's again, like we couldn't go in there, June, like we still had no idea what was going on. So, they had to move her out of her apartment down to like the memory ward, which, was really horrible for her. And, watching anybody's mind go is really sad. And, she thought she was at work when, she was in this building. She thought like she was at the building she used to work at, and just a lot of confusion. Um, but it is interesting how, when your parents switch and they are older, and they say, yeah, like, you kind of become a child
Yeah.
again. And, that is just very much how it is. Like, you're just constantly reassuring them that they're okay. And, you sometimes end up lying to them because it's just not worth
Yeah.
getting upset, or not understand. Like, it just,
Or in their best interests, and there's no way for you to convince them of
yeah,
that,
it's just
right?
fine. But she really struggled right after my dad passed, and
But she was aware that he was.
you'd have to tell her
Oh,
repeatedly.
okay.
And then I don't know, her legs had not worked well for years, and so she could walk with a walker, walk with my dad, but once he was gone, she was pretty much in the wheelchair at that point. And then still just unable to see her. And so she like fallen out of bed, and she ended up in the hospital. And then they said, well, now, she has congestive heart failure.
Oh my God.
She was 92.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
90, yeah, she was 92. So the fact she'd gotten this far was really quite a thing. And unfortunately, she did end up going on hospice, and that was probably 21. So last year, she ended up going on hospice care because she wasn't really getting out of bed. She wasn't really eating, and she's disoriented. And so after she got out of the hospital, this was about the same time that I was just like fucking over my job. I was like,
oh,
done.
because of the
That
the
dude,
newbie.
that dude. And I'm not gonna talk shit here just in case anybody,
No.
but I just was like, I was done, and I was so probably in the same state as a lot of people. Mental health like was not great, and I was ready to like quit my job. I had nothing lined up. I was just, I'm gonna quit my job.
Skating along.
And thank God, like, I had a really good doctor, and at the place that they had mental health care, and I already had just a checkup set up, and I was like, I need to talk to somebody while I'm there.
Good for you.
And I met this guy, and I was like, I'm quitting my job on Thursday. And I am like, I had just ended up in like a constant state of like fight or flight at that point. I was so anxious about my job, just so anxious about COVID. I mean, I was just, my parents, like, it was really a point in my life where like, I am a tough person, and I can take a lot, and God knows I am fucking stubborn as hell. But like this was a point where I was like, I am done, and I can't figure out a way to fix it. And so luckily this guy goes, well, can you get leave at your work? And I just was like, so I talked to him for a while, had my appointment with my doctor that same day, told her what was going on. And she says, well, if you can get short-term disability, you can go on FMLA if your company provides this. And I really didn't know what the benefit was. I've been there forever, and it just wasn't, people use it for when they have babies,
Yeah.
but I'd already had babies. And so it just turned out like I had that appointment on Thursday. I got the paperwork from my company on Friday.
Did you have to ask somebody? Like
Somebody in
HR? That's always, is HR going to tell people?
Yeah.
Right.
So again, just, the woman that I had like was responsible for these kinds of things, like, she's a very lovely person. She wasn't super bright. And they're really
in HR.
They're really not allowed to ask very much anyway. So and while my own emotional breakdown was, I think, the reason on the paperwork for why I needed to take leave, my mother had also just gone on hospice, and so and the way that the person who I was now reporting to was handling that was, I felt, inappropriate. And so yeah, I got the paperwork on Friday. I went back out to the doctor's office on Saturday because they had weekend hours. My doctor filled out the paperwork. I turned it in. Takes a minute to approve. You know went in on a one-on-one with, my new boss and said, and like, they're just not allowed to tell you anything. Like, I mean, I turn in the paperwork and it's proved. Like, they can't not say no. You have this benefit.
Yeah.
And what you use of it depends on your particular situation. But my doctor just said, Lisa needs the next 3 months off. 90 days is the benefit. You get the next 3 months off. And my company, it was 100%. And I kept my health insurance.
Nice.
And,
which includes coverage for your boy, I would suspect. Yeah.
And I mean, again, like, I had worked there for 12 years. I had never taken more than like the typical vacation, which they were pretty generous with. I'll say that. A lot of holidays. And, but, I never took a parental leave. I never took, 2-3 weeks off in a row, like a respite. And I took it. I felt so guilty about it. I just felt
the whole time?
Well, when I was going through it, because you're just like, I think you were raised Catholic as well, too, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of guilt that comes with that.
Sure.
And so just the fact that I needed that, the fact that,
right.
like, even though I needed it, you just still feel like, who takes 3 months off work? Like, like, it's just, it just, I don't know. It felt very weird. But I really did use that time to come together with my sisters, because we had gone through so much, like, the last couple of years with balancing who was going to take care of what, and, power of attorney. And, like,
now,
I mean, having your parents' age is...
Well, I'm there. I mean, last month was 20 years since my dad passed, but my mom now is... we're at a crossroads, and it's a conversation for another time. But did your folks, had they managed to hold on to finances so that you guys could use that for the...
I will say in that area we're incredibly blessed. Again, it's generational. My parents paid for us to have an education, and we never wanted for anything, but
right.
You didn't get anything either without working for it.
Right.
And you weren't going to get a new pair of jeans just because a new label was on trend or something,
But I mean, I don't ask because I'm interested in how they parented you. I'm asking because my curiosity was, and you answered it for me. Did the siblings have to come together and pool their own, or did mom?
No,
right?
No, we did not. And that would have probably changed what our options were, to be completely honest.
100%.
It was very expensive for the assisted living, but my parents had lived very frugally and just saved and fucking saved and fucking saved. And so
God bless them.
Their house was paid off, and they had a decent amount of money put aside. And so, yes. And they planned too. They had wills and trusts, and
nice.
Some of it's been a few stumbles with not being able to find the right paperwork, or something didn't get moved into the right account. But ultimately, my older sister, she wrote the checks. She took care of the finances. But she was, like a lot of people during the pandemic, she was not really able to take off work and go, take care of our mom during the day.
Right.
My younger sister is an interpreter. She does sign language and Spanish. And she works some very unusual hours, because it is literally the place where you see like the TTDY phone number that's separate. Yeah. That's if you need to, have a visual interpreter for you.
What does that stand for? I can look it up.
But so she goes into like, big old rooms where, she literally does sign language and interpreting for people all day long, so that people with that kind of challenge in their life can call their insurance company or, call a doctor.
So Dad passed in June, and then now it's January-ish, and she's memory ward, and it's not It's not
Well, now,
fantastic.
like, we'd been doing that for, like,
Oh,
months. And
hospice.
again, like,
I'm sorry.
well, so that was, like, hospice was, like, June. So
Okay,
just,
so
like, almost to the year that my dad had died. No, that's not right. That's not right.
see, here we are.
No, it was more like April, May that she went on hospice. Because no, now I know exactly when it was. I was going to quit my job July 15th. So I think it was that July that she went on hospice. I know it was now. Because then, again, my sister's having these crazy schedules, and me being able to take this leave from work ended up that, like, I could go over every single day. And whether it was just checking on her or literally spending the day with her, while Owen was off doing something else, making sure if there was a day baseball game on, because, again, Royals, we were a baseball family.
Yeah.
Making sure the game was on, bringing her extra food, like, just making sure she was okay. And just,
Would you find most of the time that she was? As far as
it's
staff?
the same as with anything else. Anybody that has a disability, a challenge, a medical condition, I think the biggest fact, if people have not experienced it themselves, you absolutely have to advocate for people. You absolutely have to. And, them knowing that we were coming every day.
My next question was, were you mixing it up, like time of day?
Well, yeah, I mean, for me, sure. I'd kind of come in the morning, just depending on what I had to do that day.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I am busting out a new resume, like working on that and doing all of that stuff. My house I had bought in 2018. I was house poor for the first year at least, because that's expensive. My house had been split up into apartments. I loosely say apartments. And so it's definitely a fixer-upper, right? And then, I can't have people coming into the house and fixing it up. And now I've got all these other things going on. So, it gave me a chance to, like, do some things around the house. And it was necessary. And it was really good.
Did you, or like, you're busting out tools and working on projects and stuff?
I mean, painting,
Sure.
that kind of thing. Yeah, I can do little things.
Nice.
I have prided myself on being very efficient. I don't like spending money on stuff that I think I can do myself.
Right.
So I'm not going to pay the mechanic to change the air filter. I can
Right.
change an air filter. Thank you. But either way, I was going virtually every day. And what that worked out is that my sisters, my younger sister, because she had this weird schedule, she took care of all the medical stuff, right? Like, she could do the appointments and things that I couldn't do. Nancy couldn't do. Nancy could do all the financial stuff. Like, this was like, okay, you guys, this is my country. Like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to take care of Mom during the day. And then they would rotate
Sure.
nights, or, Davin would come, or my brother-in-law would come. Like, somebody would check on her pretty much every single day and night. And then she got COVID.
Oh, fuck.
And
not what I was expecting you to say.
Well, it was messed up, but I mean, she got COVID, and she had hospice care coming in like every single day.
Oh, yeah.
And she wasn't getting out of her bed, and so it's really important that you get moved and schedules and stuff, or you get bed sores. And she ended up getting a bed sore during the time that hospice was not allowed to come in, and we were not allowed to come in. So that was a good 2 weeks.
Can bed sores become wounds? Or
bed sores are horrible. They're horrible. Thinking that my mother went through this is one of the most horrible things that you can imagine. Like, we could not take her out. She was she was dying. She was on hospice care. Like, she'd been in there forever. We did have people there that we trusted and who took good care of her. But, again, nursing homes or assisted living facility, all those places, they were not in good shape during the pandemic.
Yeah.
Like, it was just not great. But we had literally no other choice.
No.
Literally no other choice. And so when you see, like, that happening and we couldn't do anything about it, and we come back and she had a bed sore. Like, the bed sore is what ultimately caused her demise. She did not die of COVID. She did not even suffer.
What
like,
does it do? Internal damage? Is it an external
I
wound?
think the easiest and grossest way for most people to think about it is like necrosis. So where if like you have a wound and it's not healing because it's constantly wet, there's
Infection,
constantly pressure
right?
on it. There's it's not even infection.
Oh.
It can be.
Okay.
But it's just that it's not, your body can't heal itself anymore. It doesn't have the stuff, she doesn't have good circulation, doesn't have good nutrition, and so it just will never heal. But it's, if you're bedridden and you have 4 positions you can switch to every single day, it's constant pressure and it just never heals. And so, really the last few weeks, like, she was on some pretty heavy duty morphine, and, the last few weeks then, like, my sister's, well, my FMLA had finally run out and I hadn't found another job. So I had to go back to the agency that I was working at.
You guys, remember me?
Yeah. I really wasn't happy about it. But again, like, being there for 12 years, I still was afforded, like, a certain level of respect. Sure. And, and it only took me like 2 more months before I was gone. Like, I didn't work there that much longer after I went back. But yeah.
So you think the bed sore was
ultimately, because she couldn't heal and it just got worse and worse and worse. Like, there was no way that hospice could heal it. Like, it just, once they're there, they're very hard to heal, especially when you're in that condition. So, horrible way to die, horrible thing to have happen, horrible thing to witness. She ended up dying in November, and at that point you're just
21. So we're not even a year out. Okay.
No. But as horrible it was, and as much as I wish she hadn't had that experience, like, I do know that my sisters and I did the absolute best that we could.
Sure.
And took really good care of her to the extent that we could, and again, I'm so proud of how my sisters and I have come together with just, like, splitting things up and taking turns.
That sounds fantastic.
Keeping communication open. And
I suspect that you guys were tight before all this.
We're very different people.
Okay.
We're very different people.
Now, since?
We're still all very different people, but
sure.
Like, once we all became adults with families and responsibilities, and you start having nephews and, babies, and, it was big to have Sunday dinners. We had Sunday dinners. So once we were out of the house on Sunday night, anybody that could go over to mom and dad's house did. And, we'd bring dishes and talk and chat and clean up mom and dad's house while we were there. And it was just...
That sounds like a version of close.
Yeah. But, like,
it doesn't
we
sound
didn't have, like, a ton of stuff in common.
Right, but there's not, like, ugliness and friction and fighting and stuff like that.
No, and I think, there was that when we were younger.
Sure.
And I think we got to a point with our parents and just the way that we were raised. My mom was like, we had no other family. Like, we really don't, except for our cousins. Right. Like, someday you guys are going to have. And I think, the blessing of growing older and growing wiser is that there are fewer and fewer things in my life that would cause me to get so upset with my sisters, my friends, people that I love, that I would be willing to fight you or argue with you. Like, like, I'm very much like, that's your personality. This is how you think. Like, you do you, I'm going to do me. And I'm not going to be mad at you for it, like, sure. Like, have we had things where, like, we didn't disagree? Yeah. Is it worth fighting over it? Is it worth losing this relationship with my sister over it? No.
But I think, it can be challenging to, I mean, you said that I think you said you've always been strong and stubborn. I think making the realization that that's you. This is me. Our relationship is more important than, trying to engage in whatever this nastiness is or whatever. But making this shift to, it's just not like it was anymore. And now it's a new thing, and the new thing is fine, but I haven't forgotten what the old thing was, right? Like, yeah, I can get here and do that walk and everything, but it's kind of like a little twig in the spokes. Like every time the wheel goes around, you hear that little click, and you're like, what? Anyway,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's weird.
Yeah.
Man, I had no idea.
Yeah. Yeah, but then, like, we've all been through so much shit.
Right.
Like,
Right.
it's just a collective, like, I don't feel like my story is really, like, everybody has a shitty story.
Well, so
from this time period. Nobody has, like, this was the best 3 years of my life.
I know, right? Don't you guys miss COVID? It was the best. Nobody's saying that. But somehow along the way, with the whole fear and the unknown and isolation and stuff that happens privately across, like there's just the different ways, and like a circuit board, sort of the ways in which we've kind of become more detached from one another. Like, having this conversation is fascinating to me, because I'm not interested in weighing your story against somebody else's, but I'm interested in hearing your story. And I don't know if we're like story sharing in the same way that maybe we once did. I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
They're just different kinds of stories, right?
right. Yeah, for sure. So what's the oldest, then you, and then young? Is there a large split anywhere, or is it?
No. My mom was an older mom. And she had a number of miscarriages, and somewhere in between all of them, she had Nancy, was my oldest sister, and I am 2 years younger than her.
Okay.
And then my younger sister, she's 3 years younger than me, and she's like a bonus baby. So, because my parents had a lot of challenges, older parents, like, they had Nancy, and, they just both wanted one more, because they were kind of single children, even on my mom's side, only children. And so they wanted sibling. I, birthed to keep my sister company, I guess. And then Gina was like the bonus baby.
Sure. But that's a pretty tight, like
5 years.
Right. But so for the most part, like if you speak in generational terms, like you guys are kind of on the same page, right? Yeah. So you see like, oh yeah, my brother's 10 years older and I have a 7-year, like, whoa, you guys weren't even speaking the same language.
Yeah, no, we definitely went through life together.
Yeah. So did your folks play music when you guys were growing up?
Mm-mm.
Not at all?
No.
No radio station?
Well,
no records?
Oh, I thought you meant like physically play.
No.
Okay.
Was there music being...
well, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. My dad loved gadgets. He loved cars. And he actually did like music, but he wasn't something like he would walk in the house and turn the radio on.
Right.
But it's so interesting how much technology has changed. So, we all say that, but we had AM radio, right?
Yeah. 71 WHB.
That was what we all grew up on around here.
I'm sorry. Real. 71 WHB.
Better singer than I. But yeah, so like I grew up on a lot of like oldies and stuff, and we spent so much time in our car. We didn't travel by plane. We drove on road trips, and I was the one in the family. So if you're gonna like stereotype, right, the middle child, always a problem. Always a problem.
Okay.
Like we're the ones that are out of control and just, all the attention goes to the
That's
firstborn
what we
and
used to
we're
call
kind
you
of
in Westport, was Lisa Out of
out of
Control
control.
Wilkinson.
But I don't know, my older sister was more academic. She was more of a good girl. I was less academic and, tend to gravitate more towards the arts. But my parents, again, they were poor, like growing up, and they were not spending any money they did not have to when we got older. So it wasn't like
That
here.
turns out to pay off in the end.
It does. It absolutely does. But there's like no piano lessons, like nothing like that. So, when I did like kind of really become the one that gravitated a lot towards music, or drawing or anything like that, like it wasn't like super supported. We'll say that. But my dad liked music and we'd have songs that we both liked. And, by the time I got really 10, 11, like, there's like Q104.
Casey Kasem.
That's some other. Yeah. Oh, Casey Kasem was big. And especially because we drove back and forth to Topeka so much on the weekends with our family being up there that, we'd listen to it after church on the way. Like you get done with church and drive home from Topeka. And yeah, I mean, it's definitely there. And, I'm showing my age, but I remember when Elvis died. And
Oh, wow. Okay.
I was very young, but I remember it being on TV and it being like a thing and me asking my mom like what that was all about. I remember when John Lennon was shot. That of course is a
100%.
little bit older,
Yeah.
but
I remember, like, maybe I have one still image that I gleaned from TV set or a newspaper article. I remember people talking about it, but it didn't really pique my interest. The first thing where I really feel like I came online was Miracle on Ice.
oh
And being like, wait, what is this game? And why is everybody so fired up,
yeah,
And then John Lennon, like, anyway.
yeah. But I think music was part of my life. Even like the people that I became friends with, like in my grade school, like in Catholic schools, you kindergarten through high school. You're with
So
the
what schools were you at?
I was at Queen of the Holy Rosary.
Okay.
And
And for
my
high
best
school?
friend growing up was 2 days younger than me.
Wow.
We were baptized on the same day at the same ceremony.
Yeah.
She loved music. Like she ended up loving music too. It was just like our thing. We were super into like Duran Duran, and our good friend Laura was very much a performer, and her father loved jazz music. And I remember going over to their house, and they had a jukebox, and that was just the coolest fucking thing.
That did not require a quarter?
No, it did not. It was one of those like. And
did
so
it have the visible 45s
and like the whole lights and
cool.
all that. And so I just loved going over to their house and sleepovers over there. Cool enough is that Laura has spent her adult life, like her high, like she's always been a performer. She sings. She's been very successful in her career. Like she's not somebody you're going to find on a top 40, but she performs all over California, all over the country. With, she's done shows here in Kansas City
Cool.
when she comes home. And
does she like coming back? Do you know?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
she does. Her
That's
family's
great.
here. Her sister's an artist as well and a performer. Like very, that the type of home that I wished I had grown up in.
Yeah.
Like they had all that cool like music stuff. And it's hard to like say like what actually influenced you in life. It was just like it was just kind of always there for me. Like I
Right.
just always loved music, and I never. You don't think about it. Like you just think everybody's that way, or like people that aren't that way are just weird. One of the times that Laura was in town, and I went to see her perform with some of our friends, kind of hung around and everybody chatted from grade school and high school and stuff. And Laura's mom was there, and you might remember this. I had a necklace I used to wear a lot, like every day for years, and it just had a music note on it. And I had that necklace on when I was at that show, and her mom said something to me about it. She like pointed out the necklace, and She was like, you just have always loved music. And
Really?
I remember that about you growing up.
This is the mom of the jukebox home? Nice.
And I was like, really? Like, and she was like, oh yes, I remember clear as day walking down the stairs because the jukebox was in the basement. And, you know, because you always wanted to go down there. And I said something to you about how much you loved music. And I said to her, well, what else is there? And she remembered that.
Well,
like, and then I had no memory of that, but I was like, wow, okay, like, it really has something, just it's always been
well,
there.
I mean, if you, like, just consider the umbrella of the arts, right? When you're young, like, yeah, it's super fun and cool to draw and paint, but you also have an awareness of, like, what a professional piece looks like. And you getting from what your ability is to that, you can't see it. The road is too long, right?
Right.
And I mean, obviously, learning an instrument, practicing like that takes hours and years
So
of
much patience.
right. And you know, TV and movies and books and magazines are cool, but like music, you know, I don't. It's somehow it's more instant. It's like electrifying. You know, it awakens all of your senses, and so what else is there? I think is a totally legit question.
It was my thing. I think it was, and again, like my friends, I had Laura, I had my friend Tandy, and you know, a lot of kids got an allowance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not in my fucking house,
Right.
And
not in my house.
no, you know, and it was very much like, did you clean the bathroom this weekend? You know, like you have to do that before I'm even going to buy you. Well, no, even before I'm going to buy you a new shirt for school.
Right.
Like you can wear your raggy shirt until
Right.
you're like, and so, yeah, I wasn't going to ask for music lessons in any capacity. I remember asking my mom for a set of drums, and she bought me like a toy set of drums. Like I was in like 6th grade. I'm like, no, that's not really.
Are you gonna come over here and go, but mom?
Yeah,
because this is a joke.
Yeah, pretty much. But they didn't get it, and again, they were
Right.
just really frugal, no allowance. But you know, my older sister was you know, starting to like make money babysitting and things, and you know, I was probably in like 5th or 6th grade. I don't know how I did this in retrospect, but I finagled it so that instead of an allowance, I made a deal with my mom, and I thought it was really smart. And they were so naive. I said, I just want to go to one concert a month. That's all. Just want to go to one concert a month. Like
in 6th grade? Wow.
Yeah, and again, like these are totally different times, right?
100%.
My parents, I remember my older sister was into Adam Ant,
Yeah.
and Billy Idol, and you know, so she was 2 years older than me. And sorry, I think I got those numbers backed up. Anyway, she wasn't that much older than me, and we would drop her off at Memorial Hall and pick her back up, and who would do you don't do that now.
Those were the
fifth, 6th grade.
Those two dudes, like, I mean, MTV, and we would get to watch it if we would go to visit my mom's parents in Florida. Mm-hmm. We'd get a little bit of MTV.
We didn't have cable.
But Adam, I was like, Adam Ant is a song called Strip. Like, I don't, and then Billy Idol's just in his leather, like everything just feels sexually aggressive. It's like, I don't know. Can we put the Doobie Brothers back on?
Well, that was her puberty. Now,
Right.
I do still really, really love Billy Idol. I think he's
100%.
very much underrated. And still really love Adam Ant too. And so, of course, like you grab things from all over the place. But either way.
I still think, and I you know, I've never sat down and listened to a complete Billy Idol record, but of all the songs that were hits or popular or whatever, like, I mean, Eyes Without a Face was so freaking magical. Mm-hmm. I mean, the video was cool, but just the whole, I still to this day love it like it just came out. I don't know.
He even had like a song on his most recent album that
he still puts out records. Wow.
I mean, and I think this one's at least a year old, probably longer than that. But they have there's a song on that album that I haven't listened to the whole thing, but I was like, God damn, that's a good song, you know, like I'm turning
Shouts out
that
to Billy
up.
Idol, right?
Yeah. But yeah, and also I think like, you know, when you were asking me about like music or, you know, what I would pick, and I, even before we get into all of that,
Yeah.
like, such an impossible question because like your motivation for liking different things is different, and you know, there's a million other things that I could mention, but also at this time was Purple Rain.
Oh
And
my
we were
God.
coming out of like, you know, Prince in 1999 and Let's Go Crazy, and Purple Rain was in the theaters. And
And steamy.
well, here's the thing, like I was very much I thought my dad was pretty all right. He was a really sweet man. He took me to see movies. That was, if we had a thing.
Right.
You know, he took me to Star Wars in the theater when I was like 5, and you know, and so I would be like, Dad, I want to go see this movie. My fucking dad probably took me to see Purple Rain like 3 times.
Really? Wow.
Like they did not restrict me that way. Like
Sure.
my dad was like, sure, you know, go to a movie. Dad, I want to go to this concert. Will you take me? He took me to see Sting when I was in 7th grade with my bestie Tandy.
And he went with you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice.
And that was on the Dream of the Blue Turtles tour, I believe.
Okay. So, but this whole concert a month thing, like,
Worked out phenomenally.
Wow.
A couple, like, my mom took me to a concert, took me and my sisters. My first concert was the Romantics, and she took us, and it was at the Uptown.
I hear the secrets that's them, right?
Yeah.
I love that too.
Yeah. Which is funny because actually there's like a whole like background like Romantics story that maybe we'll get to.
Okay, right.
But and then again, Tandy, unfortunately, her parents had gotten divorced when they were in 6th grade. When we were in 6th grade. So I think 6th grade was like the musical awakening year. Like Prince, Tandy's house, parents getting divorced, having complete freedom in a lot of cases with her and, you know, our friend Laura. And then Tandy's parents would like totally let us like go to shows. We went to see, I remember Huey Lewis.
Oh, man.
By ourselves.
Wow.
At Starlight in 7th grade.
Was that amazing?
I mean, at the time,
Sure.
Yeah, it was fun.
I love Huey Lewis.
I like Huey Lewis, and like the, I think it was the Hooters opened up.
Okay.
I saw the Go-Go's.
Wow.
And I remember Belinda Carlisle, you know, she's so dynamic. Like, probably my first ever, like, girl crush.
Uh-huh.
And,
And now is there or no relation to the is it Brandy Carlisle?
no relation.
No relation. Okay.
But you know,
I always double take when I see her
you have
name
to.
though.
Yeah, you have to. I did too. But she did like a spin on stage and fell on her ass.
Oh shit.
And now, if you haven't watched the Go-Go's documentary that's out, highly recommend.
Okay.
But they will tell you the story of just the absolute debauchery of those women. Like, I fucking love it. And so, like, I was like, she was probably so fucked up at that show. Fell on her ass. Like, couldn't, you know, but here we are, 6th grade girls, and we're like, wah! I mean, I saw a lot of concerts when I was young.
Nice.
I really did. And very fortunate there.
So I do want to get to your stuff, but I got to pee real quick.
I do too.
Okay, great. So let's take a quick one. So like I said at the top, episode 26. I don't know what the album count is, but for a handful of months now, I've been like, why isn't anybody picking Paul's Boutique? Like,
Oh, really?
really? And then since you gave me your list, I've booked 3 others.
That say Paul's Boutique?
Yeah. So you're the first, and I feel like this record, I don't know how, I think I'm a year or so younger than you. So I don't know why, but when this record came out, I was completely oblivious. I had no idea.
Knowing that we were going to talk about this, like, I spent some mental energy, like, kind of going back, right? We were saying earlier about, like, events that kind of mark life. And I remember the Beastie Boys first coming out.
Yeah. 86.
I wasn't into it.
Well,
I wasn't into it. I was much more like, Police were one of my absolute favorite bands at that time. Again, like Van Halen. Like, I was much more into like rock and that kind of stuff. To me, Beastie Boys were just snotty frat boy types, and it annoyed me. Like, it annoyed me that, like, everybody was, like, singing these stupid fucking songs, but, like, and the video, like, I was not into it at all. But, years go on. Again, I had friends that were super into music. I continued to go to concerts, and when I got old enough to have a job, I went to work at Camelot Music Store. It's a record store.
Yeah.
That was in the mall. And I think that was really, like, where you just, obviously you're starting to be exposed to, like, not just different music, but you're starting to be exposed to different people's taste in music. So the people that you worked with that, had a completely different background.
I got to interrupt you real quick. Elwin, you don't remember Elwin? He was apparently he hosted at McCoy's for a second, but he's like BFFs with Lyerly.
Oh, you have to show me a picture.
He's a black dude, bald, glasses. He's episode 3. It just occurred because we had a moment talking about flipping through the CDs, records, whatever, and I was like, you would have. So you served. And then you were serving bartending, and then you were exclusively bartending, right? Near the end.
I worked my way up.
I know. You threw that apron in the trash and didn't look back.
I was not waiting tables anymore. I graduated beyond that.
Sorry, though. Camelot, you were about, there's something that...
Well, so, it wasn't an independent music store. It was very corporate, very mall, very 80s, 90s, But... we would get promotional material, things to promote different albums in the store. And I had gotten a videotape of videos, and it's just like different singles from up and coming bands, right? And Soundgarden was on there. Hands All Over. So from, I think, Louder Than Love. No, whatever the first one was. Like, it was early, right? And I thought Chris Cornell was so dreamy. And,
I'm not into dudes, and I think he's dreamy.
He's dreamy. I worked at Camelot for a long time. So, but Soundgarden, like, this was probably, like, pre-Soundgarden getting big and pre-Nirvana. Like Beastie Boys had their album. They had re-released their punk album, which nobody liked, right? So when Paul's Boutique came out, again, I was like... Soundgarden, like, I was already going down the whole, like, grunge thing, and it was so different from what other people expected that I very much listened to just the chatter around it. Was like, it was not well accepted. It was not what people thought the Beastie Boys should sound like after what they had heard on the radio. It very much flew under the radar. Like, I can remember, like, stacking up the cassettes and people not buying them,
It took me till, like, I wound up flipping burgers at a joint in Estes Park in 1994, and the 2 other younger dudes that worked there, both from Lawrence, strangely, and so we would hang out. I would go hang out at their place, and they put it on one evening, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And they're like... Really? And I was like, I was like, yeah, so 1989, I think, did I have that right? yeah, 89. So 5 years. It's been out for 5 years, and they're like, and then I got a copy, and I was like, I'm going to be forever embarrassed until I'm dead in my grave that I didn't know about this record until I was well into my college years.
Yeah.
Because it's so good. Like
Yeah.
how it's so I don't know if there's a connection, but Rick Rubin produced License to Ill, and then they split, and that was Def Jam.
Yeah.
And they argued about money and control, and so
Well, and again, like, kind of like encouraging people. If the Beastie Boys book, it's
is that a thing?
oh yeah,
Like an actual book?
it's an actual book, and
Like
it is
coffee table shit, or like
yeah, coffee
okay.
table shit, but also an excellent read. Well, I can't say that I haven't read it. I love audiobooks where people who lived it are telling their story. So there's a lot of chapters, and they have guest narrators.
Ooh.
So it's not like the boys
I'm
do all
in.
the narrating
I mean-
themselves. But you know, Mike D and Adam definitely still do. Like they narrate different parts.
How long you reckon this thing's been out? This book.
4 or 5 years.
Okay.
Probably.
Okay.
Maybe. But so, you know, and I didn't listen to it right when it came out because, you know, I'm not going to go buy the book. You know, I'm going to listen, check it out at the library. It's such a good listen. And I think that again is like the what people thought the Beastie Boys was manufactured. These guys were grooving on the streets of New York. I mean, they will talk to you about like all the music that influenced them. I don't know shit. Like it's so they were really
Don down the hall handles that department.
they know so much about music. They were really great historians and were very dynamic. And so I think where they had not been allowed to do, right? Like again, they were like kind of manufactured. They had been put on tour with Madonna.
The Beasties?
Yeah.
Really?
Like they were, and so like when this other thing came out, and people, it just people who had thought they were one thing couldn't handle that they thought that they were actually a different thing.
Well, they
right?
were dismissed as a one-hit wonder after License.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
Do you like that record now?
License to Ill?
Yeah.
I can appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay.
I still I cringe when I hear some of the lyrics, and that's, you know, I'm a female. But
Are there what?
well, there's just, you know, like they were very misogynistic in a lot of those lyrics if you go back and listen to it. And that's the tone, and
Yeah.
unfortunately that's a lot of
Yeah.
rap music, period. The bravado and things. But man, they know music, and it's really cool. If you listen to the book, you read the book, it is just name after name and song after song and beat after beat. And somebody did go put together Spotify lists for each of the guys in the band, the
cool.
songs that they mentioned or that
Nice.
they know influenced them. So, and I've spent a lot of time just, you know, putting that on around the house, and like I'd be like, oh, not really like that. But you know, so when now like I listen to Paul's Boutique, I'm like, oh god, you guys like were pulling from everywhere.
It's very, very, very sample heavy, which Licensed wasn't.
No.
And people thought that's lame, but where they went with, I think intentionally, where they wanted to go with it, and what the end result. Mm-hmm. I mean, just golden. And I got goosebumps. Chuck D, I love this. By the way,
I love Chuck D.
I learned all this. Like I didn't know any of this before. You're in the books. Chuck D in a Vibe interview said that the dirty secret among the black hip hop community at the time of Paul's Boutique's release was that this record had the best beats. Like, what? I mean,
and I've read and truly believe this to be true. You know, you hear Beyonce's album came out this week, and
oh shit, for real? Are you a big fan? Do you have other stuff of hers besides this new one, or?
I haven't listened to the new one yet. I will.
I didn't know she was still making records.
Well, she can do whatever the fuck she wants,
Right.
But there's some heat on it because
like people are talking
the
shit.
singer, and I don't know her name, but I think she did that milkshake song. There's a sample from some of her work that she didn't get credit for, right? So we hear about this all the time in music nowadays, like samples and people not getting credit, and you get sued for sampling the Rolling Stones, and then you lose all the money that you make off your one big hit. Like there's things like that out there. You could not afford to make this album today. The amount of money that they would have to spend to get the rights to all of that stuff and like pay people, like at the market we're in now, so it can't be replicated in any capacity, right?
Funny little, maybe it's only funny to me, but I absolutely love doing these, and so the conversations are super fun. Mm-hmm. But when I go back and edit, I'm re-listening like as an audience member, mm-hmm. So I pick up on a lot of stuff. It's fun, but it's a long time to get through. And then so by the time it's over, I'm kind of done with it. Mm-hmm. Like I'm ready. Sure. But I always, and I made just randomly whenever I would be listening to something and I would hear something, just a little cool couple bars that were cool, I would write down. And so by the time I started, I had like 100 songs. Mm-hmm. And the purpose of it is to take a 10-second clip and a 10-second clip, not necessarily from the same song, but for the intro and the outro of each episode, right? So unique. Mm-hmm. Branding experts would probably say that's dumb. Use the same one every time. But I like putting my own little, I like this from this song. But easily 50, if not closer to 65% copyright claim. Mm-hmm. And some of the smaller artists, I think, are not in the algorithm webs. Mm-hmm. But it's like, so and I just got everything on audio, so I don't know how that's going to work. But, so if I have a 3-hour and 30-minute conversation with somebody and it's bookended by 10 seconds, copyright claim. So if it were ever monetizable, it goes to the artist, mm-hmm. which I get, but it's like, really? 10 seconds? 3.5 hours of original content and 10 because you see these reaction videos, people will do whole movies or whole comedy mm-hmm. hour, and they cut it up, right? Mm-hmm. And they're talking over stuff. And so anyway, I didn't even look at the list of samples in this record, but it's a lot.
It's a lot. And
especially if we want to make our second record, and here's how much you guys are going to have to pony up for us. They get lost. You out of your mind? There's no way.
There's no way. Yeah, so I mean, I think that again, retrospect being what it is, like a lot of people passed it over. Like a lot of people didn't get it. But
I'm telling you, like, I think records 3 and 4, Check Your Head, and they were both huge, and had hits. But like I knew both of those records well, and like looked down and was like, what the fuck is Paul's Boutique? You know what I'm saying? Like,
mm-hmm. Yeah. So the only thing that kind of kept me on it was a guy that I dated for like a minute was really into it. He was like, no, it's genius. Like everybody, like I remember like giving him all the stuff that came into the store, like the posters and everything. I was like, nobody wants to hang out. Like it was just,
including that video.
The video. Oh no, that was no. Just the POP for the Beastie Boys.
Gotcha.
Just that. Gotcha. Like there was like a big, the video where they're all in the circle camera that mm-hmm. And so that was one of their things that they would send out to stores, was just a mobile of like that. I gave him that, and so I don't know, like I just ended up listening to it a little bit more because he was into it, mm-hmm. and listened to it a lot at that time, and then I don't know, I think a lot of people did discover it later because I was probably still only like 19. So it'd been out for a while, you know. But again, working in a different record store. And the kids, you know, the ones that were now like 15, 16, 17, getting their first jobs at the record store, like they loved it. Like they were listening to it. So it really kind of just, once people figured it out, it just kind of hung around.
Yeah.
And you'd kind of like see people discover it. I don't know. It's just such a good album.
It's such a good album. And like, you know, it wasn't until 2016, I believe, that I went to New York for the first time.
Oh, mm-hmm.
Anna's sister was living there. So she arranged for us to have a thing to sleep on for the couple nights that we were there. But Brooklyn, you know, I mean, she's not there anymore, but it's has had, I think, a really, really significant renaissance. And renaissance might be the wrong word. It might be, that there's new money in it now and it's ruined what it once was. But regardless, New York is a pretty fascinating place. One of my all-time favorite memes, things to do in New York. Number 1, leave. Anyway, there's so much, like, I mean, if you and I were given, you know, unlimited resources and funds to spend the rest of our lives poring over the richness of culture in all of New, like there wouldn't be enough time, right? So Brooklyn as an entity, the idea of Paul's Boutique, the corner shop, you know, and then the album art is just a snapshot of like the corner of an intersection, and there's like, I don't know, Paul's Boutique is right, and then maybe like a little sandwich shop or something.
Yeah, that's not even like Paul's Boutique. It was something else. They just like,
yeah,
you know.
But it's still really cool looking to me.
It is.
And it's like, you know, I've lived Georgia, South Carolina, Kansas, Missouri, Colorado. I've never lived anywhere where I'm gonna walk down the street and shit's gonna look like that, you know. But yeah, I mean, Shake Your Rump, Johnny Royale, High Plains Drifter, Sounds of Science.
Dude, Eggman. And I love that too, because again, their first album, and they're talking about you gotta fight, and like all that bravado and that, you know, just bullshit stuff. And then
they do have some really good raps on that record.
They do, but I mean, I guess in my mind, when I start comparing the two albums, like Paul's Boutique is just clearly a winner. Like, how fun is that? Like,
it's so fun.
Like making, like going from like shooting them up and, you know, Jimmy James and to you know, we're gonna egg people's houses. Yeah. Like how juvenile. Like they're poking fun at themselves to a certain degree.
I had not remembered the Sounds of Science having. There's a really late in the song. There's a really drastic transition, and the only, like when I look at the name of that song, the only thing I hear is them being the sounds of, and then it's like, oh, there's a whole other layer to this that I'd forgotten. And so like, oh, well, that's cool. And then Hey Ladies, and I was like, oh, besides the Hey Ladies part, there's a really dope groove in here. And I'm like, that's the dopest groove on the album. And then Car Thief, I'm like, whoops.
Well, yeah,
that's the groove, you know.
Yeah.
I don't have any recollection of B-Boy Bouillabaisse at all.
Well, yeah, because I think that got skipped over, right?
Well, I think it's on there. I think it's originally on there, but it's, you know, the way...
I mean, like, people skipped over it.
Yes.
People, myself, like, when it came to the CD, you're like,
Well, 12 minutes and 33 seconds, and none of it sucks, but it's all... I feel like they're like, we're going to fucking fuck around, and don't care if you like it.
Yep.
It's going on there.
Yep.
But man, I mean, somebody did pick License to Ill, and it was fun to revisit that. And I think I admitted in the episode that when I finally got my copy of that, I was really just listening to Fight for Your Right and rewinding and listening to that. And then, Girls. And then I would listen to that. And it was a long time before I ever gave it a complete. And really, the non-hits on that record are the stars in my mind.
Yeah.
And as you move to this, and I think they're all stars, you know. And so my point is that what is it? It's Check Your Head, and I feel like the other one I'm thinking of has ill in the title also. But
there's the Check Your Head, and then I feel like the other one was like Intergalactic. It was that Intergalactic song. So they're all in like the sardine can on the album.
Yeah. I gotta look it up because it's gonna drive me nuts. Oh, pulled it right there.
Well, and you know, I think
ill communication.
Ma Bell
got the ill communication.
Ma Bell.
Hello Nasty. That's a good record. See, I want to revisit all three.
Yeah.
I definitely listened to the cover of the mix-up here. Looks familiar, but there's an end sound from Way Out. All instrumental, kind of spy feeling. I love that record, and I know it well, but I want to revisit all three of those other ones. I'm sorry to interrupt you. No, okay. So that was 89, and then we move right into 1990, I think. Yes, with Violator, Depeche Mode.
Yeah. So again, that's like the blessing of being a music fan and getting to work in a music store, right? I mean, it's also a bad thing. It's like an addict with like everything that you could possibly want, like right at your fingertips.
An advance on my advance.
Oh, the free stuff, versus like, literally getting your paycheck and already having the stack in the back of the room that you're going to like pull out and buy that day. Because
hopefully somewhat discounted.
Oh, yes,
nice.
Definitely.
Nice.
But there was a guy that I worked with, and I couldn't tell you his name. But, again, I was wrapped up in like the pre-grunge phase. I was kind of very much more like rock and roll and Temple of the Dog, and my youth was hair bands. I had big hair, and Van Halen and Def Leppard and Aerosmith and all of this stuff. So I feel like the 80s alternative was still a little bit more mainstream pop, right? But then there was this whole other arm of alternative music that wasn't as mainstream, and it was more college radio and maybe not as radio friendly. Probably some exceptions there, but he introduced me to like New Order and really Peter Gabriel, and those two like really stand out at the top of my head, but most importantly Depeche Mode, because he was a huge Depeche Mode fan, right? So I listened to Depeche Mode. I'd have like Music for the Masses and Black Celebration. I had that album, and I listened to him, but and everybody had Blasphemous Rumors. Like it was like this teenage angst kind of.
Blasphemous Rumors? Is
You
that
remember that song?
No.
Oh, God, don't make me sing
Depeche?
too much. Depeche Mode.
Okay. It was.
Don't mean to start any blasphemous rumors, but I think that God's got a sixth sense of humor, and when I die, I expect to find him loving.
You don't. We're not in. You can.
I can't. Like, that's the best
We're not
I
in
can
church.
do without sounding like absolutely like shit. Well, anyway, it was.
Well,
and
this is
Stripped. That was so sexy. That song was so sexy.
This is all very fascinating because this grunge sort of pocket has always been where I've pegged you, right?
Sure.
And so there's an artist in particular that I was pretty close to willing to bet money on that would be on your list, and they're not.
Tell me what it was.
No, I will later.
Okay.
But So like I have that thought and I'm like, man, we're in 1990 and like tomorrow, you know, Nevermind and 10 and all that stuff is about to come out. So surely if this is where I came to know who I came to know Lisa to be musically, then surely she'll just be and no, like this is a whole
nother thing.
You know,
it's like again, like so many things to love about music, but you know, what band did you just have an awakening around? Like maybe something that had been in your life, your whole life, and you're like, oh, I know that song, or oh, I like that song. But then like when you sit with it and you're like, oh, like I love this. Like now I get it.
Yeah.
You know? People could say that about, you know, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd. You know, I went through a huge Beatles awakening in my 20s.
Yeah.
You know, where I
what better time?
Fucking Beatles.
Because would you have appreciated it earlier?
But I did, you know.
Right.
But yeah, so this to me was like my awakening of you know, I would call it more electronic style music, which had been to me more pop. It's not that I didn't like pop, but you know, and it wasn't the electronic dance music.
No.
You know?
This is, I have, so if you were to go to the website, like, it's funny, like, deciding, you know, I could probably do this. And then, like, formulating a plan and all these and so eventually I get to a spot where it's like, okay, I need to hire somebody to do a logo and somebody to build a site for me. And I think the timing will probably match up. You know, I'll be ready with the space and I'll have the gear. I'll know what to do. And she was just like, she's like, start sending me episodes. And I was like, what? Start sending you what? And then, like enough, I think she kind of like, she created a demo, right? So I could like log in and see what it was going to look like whenever it would be live. And so then I was kind of ready and I went back in and the thing had like gone dormant, right? It had a, whatever, like a
it wasn't there
shelf
anymore.
life on it. Yeah. And she's like, oh, I just gotta, you know, but if you're like close, like you still, I need artwork and you got to send me, you know, some like, what's this, the bio, what's it about? And I was like, oh, put the idea into words. Fuck. Okay. And that's so hard, huh? Now where I landed was, I have always been a music snob. I mean, I've always kind of known that, but I didn't realize how like layered and sometimes aggressive it was. And so, Depeche Mode, always just like, nope, right? Discard. Electronic sounds like fucking somebody gave Flock of Seagulls a pile of money and a couple synthesizers. So when I sat down, I was like, this will be interesting. And not only did I have an appreciation for it, I mean, there's two very, very huge hits. Like you can't, even if you lived under a rock, you can't say you've never heard these songs. But they've always just come, you know, they come on the radio or I'm in somebody's car, whatever it is. And I just, you know, whatever, it's cool, it's a thing. But to sit down and actually listen to it, like it was fantastic, like honestly. So band took their name from a French fashion magazine of the same title that means hurried fashion or fashion dispatch.
Fast fashion.
Yes,
that's what I had always heard.
As soon as I hit play, and I think I came across this in writing too, but like I got just sort of little subtle sprinkles of Bowie and The Cure as
that'd be fair
possible influences. Yeah. 14 studio albums. I was like, huh? You mean it's more than one? No, I mean I knew it'd been around, but so Halo. That's a cool track. Yeah. Waiting for the Night. Unique approach for a song in 1990 with a group that's on the verge of exploding, really. And yeah, so Enjoy the Silence. What was, so you had stuff of theirs before this one came out, or
I
no?
had gotten, so they had put out a greatest hits. That, so that that makes it kind of easily accessible, or not a greatest hits, but like there was like a best of. I'd be hard pressed to tell you the name of it, but so that's like where you start, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're like, I like this band. They got it, like they've been around for a while. That's the thing. I don't even know, like I'm not good at like remembering things probably like you were, but they had a huge fan base outside of the United States, right?
Right.
Like it is one of those classic, like they were big there before they were big here. I think Violator was the album that really, went mainstream in America. But, there was Depeche Mode 101 too. And if you're not familiar with that, it was a double live album with an accompanying movie that you could go see. And in theaters, probably, not as big as, it wasn't like Purple Rain. It's a documentary style, right? But it followed them on tour.
Cool.
And, maybe around the same time as like, the MTV show where they all have to like live together. And,
Road Rules, or
well, not the Road Rules, but they're in the apartment.
Real World.
Real World.
Yeah.
They kind of did that. They picked a group of kids that were all fans who submitted and wanted to go on this tour, and they put them all together, and they had a tour bus, and they followed the band and went to, so part of it's like that, and then part of it's just live behind the scenes sort of stuff. So again, like that was a big deal. Like you don't put out, like you don't get a concert and a double album and a movie about you if you're not like kind of huge. So they just weren't huge here. But I had also important soundtracks, movie soundtracks, right?
This was maybe the tail end of the heyday.
Yeah.
I mean, how many of the great soundtracks of our youth came from
Pretty in Pink?
Like,
I would always say that one. Or
I mean, Good Morning Vietnam, Ferris, and Back to the Future. There's a bunch. Breakfast Club, St. Elmo's Fire, Say Anything.
So Depeche Mode has a song on Say Anything.
Okay.
And it's from 101, and so it's live. And
101 is the name of this documentary? Or
yeah, it's just Depeche Mode 101. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's sexy. Like, it's sexy. And I think so again, tuning into Depeche Mode came from all of these places, right? This guy that I knew that loved him, and then that soundtrack came out, and then like there was this best of that was available.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of got into it that way, and then it was really just like Violator had come just right at that time. And
quite the on the nose album title, isn't it,
Well, isn't it though? I never think of it that way. But I didn't like Personal Jesus. And that song became so fucking huge. And it was one of those things that maybe I was being a music snob, like what you were saying, because I was like, that's not even the best song.
Right.
This is like, but the whole rest of the album, and I'm talking like the album, right? Like albums have a mood, albums have a vibe. When you start piecing them apart into like this single and that single, or if you break it apart from like how they intended for you to journey through the album.
A legitimate music fan recognizes that purchasing a greatest hits, you're taking that away from yourself.
Yeah.
For me, it was always something I wanted to avoid. But I'll spend the $9.99, or maybe it has the nice price, and and if I'm really into it, then I got to figure out where do I start.
Yeah.
I just got goosebumps again. But to go to the discography, and to get the feel of I've talked about this a bunch, but a group, you're, whether you are recording shit in the garage or the basement or whatever, and you get gigs and blah blah, and eventually you get noticed, and somebody hands you money or fronts for you to go make a record in the studio. And how many times are there disagreements and fights, and maybe you have a person that doesn't have their shit together and it's fucking up the sessions, deciding the track listing, the sequence, the album art, all of it. And then at the end of the day, here's the final product, and like all of that is in there, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, for sure it has a vibe and a feel and a groove, and it's somebody said that the album is no longer the metric, that everybody just drops tracks, and I'm like, that is so fucking sad to me.
It is.
And I know that the technology and so forth is there for you to do that. And again, back to that attention span, like, okay, like if you, whatever, but still, like making a record, I don't know.
I do still try, and a band that I love comes out, like, I'm going to sit down and listen to the album from beginning to end.
Same.
And then I'll pick apart what I love, right? But that album really was for me a vibe, like the way that you kind of flow through it, and again, it was sexy.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of spiritual, but not like religious. The time when they came out, like, definitely there were people that came before them with like being rather androgynous, but this is also like, again, just coming off of maybe waves of Madonna and those kinds of stars, like where you're starting to like really put your sexuality out there and invite more like, how do I word this? I just remember Madonna opening my eyes to the LGBTQ community, like the people that I knew that came into the record store that loved Madonna. I saw a lot of gay people buying that music, and you'd have those kinds of conversations. The whole reason I say that is just, I fucking lost it.
Oh, it's all right. The androgynous, sexy.
Yeah. So, again, they weren't like groundbreaking, but
it was almost like an invite. Check this out.
They would come out in their leather and their binding, and it just made it even kind of a little bit more dangerous, a little sexy to listen to. And
they usurped the throne from Duran Duran, maybe, because I was like, what are these guys doing? Do these guys like girls? I don't,
right.
I'm not sure,
right?
But I kind of want to know, just because it answers the question. I don't know.
And I know that, so they kind of lived in that androgynous space for anything they talked about, and then they talked about like Blasphemous Rumors is about suicide. They touched on a lot of things that were like culturally relevant for my age group, even. Just that general angst and, in a different kind of way than the grunge. Because grunge was really heavy. Like, this was a little bit more like floaty and, feel good.
Well, it allows for you to, as a person with angst, whether it's this much or this much, you can get in the space of it. And it's kind of like a crowded party with plenty of space. Like you can kind of like go over to your little, I like it over here. Or I used to like it. Now I like it over here. But grunge is like, this is where you are. Right? And it's going to be aggressive, anyway. I didn't, this Enjoy the Silence 612 track listing. I saw that and I was like, wait, what? And then I listened, and there's the final 2 minutes. There must have been a radio, a different version for radio, like, because anyway, I thought that was pretty cool. Like, I mean, I don't know that, I suppose, because I would just, last Tuesday I had somebody on talking about The Chronic, and when all that stuff came out, it was like, or Tom Petty even, Last Dance with, let's
Must do
roll
something.
another
Yeah.
joint, so you got
Yeah.
that. That word is replaced on the radio with the Dre stuff. You've got blurred out pot leaves, and and this is it's a whole. I don't know. It's a different version for a whole other set of reasons. Like I guess the average attention span doesn't have 612 to not turn the dial. So you get here's the 357. Anyway, so and then that's followed by Policy of Truth, which is also massive, and the choice, going back to that track to put those back to back.
They're big songs.
I think it was a huge gamble, and I don't know exactly why, but I think it works well in the flow of this album.
Yeah.
So longtime familiarity, personally, with these two tracks, newfound appreciation for them, like just cool stuff.
Cool stuff. I think this is really for me too when the artist, like, and I would even say like with the Beastie Boys too, but this is like about the time in my life where like the artist started to equate more as well. I appreciated these people as people and what they were doing with their notoriety and with their fame, and you can see with all the things the Beastie Boys have done, and I mean just a wide variety. I mean, they're talented, and the videos and the performance. Depeche Mode really so much in the forefront of like their videos for that album. Again, just so good, and so would stand out against everything else that you were hearing in the MTV rotation at the time. They've always put on like big stage shows, and the kind that really just envelop you, and you're just there in the music and in the whole experience of it all. That I had experienced that, but only in like that heavy metal, hard rock kind of way.
Yeah.
And so that was again like they were really big to me.
Yeah.
They were artists. They were sexy.
Right. I mean, I think somewhere in like, I think you're talking about, a widening of the lens in which you view an artist. I can remember, not quite this specifically, I'm being dramatic for the purpose of the conversation, but like I had a huge Aerosmith phase, among many others.
Me too.
But without really thinking it, I think that I kind of thought that they like, woke up as Aerosmith and went to bed as Aerosmith, right? It's like seeing your fifth grade teacher at the grocery store. You're like, what the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah.
Oh my God, you have kids? Like, so you start to sort of see, the artist as a person that also is a brother or somebody that's interested in bringing a new look on the art form or being different than, the average jingle on the radio or on MTV. So, I mean, that's, and especially if they're doing something that in, let's say they're making this record in 88, 89 and it comes out in 90. I mean, this sort of like, hey, look at this new flavor of sexy that maybe has a little of androgen. Like, that's a gamble back then. Like, you could easily, corporate music America could just be like, nope, we're not going to do that. But you know what? Yes, we are. So that's cool. How are you doing? Do you have?
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
Moving to 1994. I don't know why I always go chronologically with.
I was thinking of it chronologically,
Okay.
and again, like that goes to be like my life. My memories fall into the buckets of what record store was I working at, and what albums were out at those times.
Yeah.
I maybe don't know what year it was, but I can tell you what was.
This one you listed first, and it was all by its lonesome. you later added to it, but the minute you gave it to me, I was like, wow, what is that gonna? Where are we gonna go with that? And it's Universal Mother by Sinead O'Connor. And again, like, I don't know truly if I had anything in my bucket for her beyond Nothing Compares and then fill in the blank scandals, etc. What a fascinating human being.
Absolutely.
That's not even her name anymore. Did you?
No.
And she's changed it twice.
Yeah.
Man. So, okay. So there's a little intro. The first track is kind of like an intro speech. And
I don't know where it's from, but it's like a published, like it's an inspirational
yes,
kind of.
and it speaks. I mean, I think it speaks generally pretty profoundly about like viewpoints that folks are trying to
put on her.
Well, no, the folks are trying to put out there today.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Like, hey, this is a school of thought, or this is a belief set, or people should be treated this way, and the inclusion of this, to kick off a record in 1994, makes me wonder how many people are unaware of it today. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like
they are. Yeah.
Unaware. Yeah.
Unaware.
So I mean, I kind of like, I really only retained a couple snippets because I was kind of like so surprised. And then by the time I thought to
surprised by what, or in what way? Like what surprised you?
Well, so I've like I said, I've never sat down and intentionally listened to Sinead O'Connor. So, I'm thinking, is this, obviously I see that she's got more than one record. So are the records different amongst themselves? Is this whole record going to sound like Nothing Compares and Tracy Chapman, Fast Car, kind of just that singer-songwriter, female artist, of which there were not a lot of in the early 90s.
Yeah.
And so by the time it occurred, because it's only like right at a minute, under a minute, maybe just over a minute, by the time it occurred to me to circle back, Fire on Babylon, track 2 starts. And I was like that dude in that chair, just like, what the, holy shit, and immediately loving it. Because
that makes me so happy to hear.
I mean, look at that. There's some really, really, and I didn't, I don't have names, and I did see that she's credited for some piano play.
Yes.
On the record.
Yes.
Somebody else maybe gets a track or two piano credit, but the bass playing on this record is phenomenal, and that song, you get it immediately. It's just, and it's like, are we in the fucking club? But then then it kind of becomes this groove and this wave, and it's like, yo. I'm not saying that I expected it all to sound like a bunch of singer-songwriter, female artist stuff, but I didn't have any other frame of reference.
Sure.
So to say I was pleasantly surprised is a wild understatement.
I've evangelized her to anybody that would fucking listen.
Okay.
Much of my adulthood, I've gotten into some pretty heated arguments with people about, social perceptions of who she is or what she represents. And then, feeling like I know her on a more intimate basis because I have followed her and I have listened to her music, and she is nothing if not somebody who puts everything out there for you to know. She's, incredibly transparent.
Well, she's,
yeah.
There is, I mean, so much stuff.
I think, if you don't mind, before we really jump into that, though, because, and I think you probably know this too, but I think it's really important to understand like the place that that album had in her career.
I don't know.
So she had she got signed when she was relatively young.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And she was even already a single mom. Her life story, I would never try and retell it or even, but it wasn't easy, right? Like she did not have an easy life. She escaped into music like many of like the people that we know, but she was really good at it. And then she also had this like Christian and Catholic, and how that really just overlap for her because she was in the choir and she could sing and like it's very much like the same idea that like gospel music was the birth of early rock and roll or blues or like her upbringing in that church definitely influenced how she sang and what she sang about. And I think it's always been really hard for her to settle herself with her spiritual beliefs and then just kind of the rest of the world. She actively wrestles with that. But the album, her early album came out. It was good. I mean, there's a song on there called Mandika that I think is beautiful, and a lot of other really good songs called The Lion and the Cobra. And then she came out with I Do Not Want What I Have Not Got, which is a beautiful album in its own right. I love that album from beginning to end. Nothing Compares to You. Again, video age. She's a beautiful woman, and it's just 2 minutes, 3 minutes of her face on the screen and crying, and such an emotional performance, right? But then again, you get into that thing. Right? That's all people knew, right? Like Sinead O'Connor's "Nothing Compares to You," and like, oh, did you know that's a Prince song? Oh no, like in that kind of. But one hit, like definitely in that one hit wonder bag, right? And then she goes on Saturday Night Live, and you know this story, right? And she blew up her career. And I don't know that she knew that she was doing it, but like she had some very strong beliefs and politically and morally, and you talk about walking the walk. When I see people, and even my being raised Catholic, she wasn't an angel. She was always a punk. She was always a rebel. But man, she was full of love. And to be Irish and live in a country where the Catholic Church dominates and so many of their rules, and my own struggles with being raised in the Catholic Church as a woman and really being made to feel like I was second class, and there was no way to be equal in that community. Oh yeah. Wait, if you had walked into a church now, and the entire the priesthood, the all of it, if it was entirely female, not a single male, only acceptable for a female to hold those roles, as a man, you'd be like, huh, that's a little fucked up. Like, why is what,
I'd definitely ask some questions.
Right.
Yeah.
So did we.
Yeah, well.
But it probably didn't occur to you to ask those questions.
I took the words right out of my mouth.
But I'm being told, like, well, you could never be a priest. And, Mary Magdalene was a whore. And, the mean sisters at the church. Like, being a woman in the Catholic Church is something that I very much struggled with as growing up.
But you didn't have people directly saying to you that you're inferior, like teachers or...
No, but isn't that the thing that this is what we talk about olive culture. If you cannot see yourself represented in the thing, whatever it may be, people not seeing themselves represented, it's like,
yeah, you're right.
And then, birth control and all kinds of other issues. Irish, you couldn't get abortions, and that was completely outlawed. And so much of what we're going through today, they'd gone through. And, the molestations in the Catholic Church, like, I didn't have any clue. None of us had any clue.
No. And little did we know that, like, there was no shortage of it happening in the Kansas City, St. Joe diocese.
No.
With, higher ups,
absolutely,
turning the other cheeks, or I don't know the detail, but it became very clear that there was some very high frequency offenders, and nobody was doing anything about it. Now that happens with Joe Paterno and what's his name at Penn State, and everybody freaks the fuck out. It's like, what? Anyway. Shit. So
the whole point is, she went on there. She tore up that picture of the Pope.
Yes.
And from that point on, she was a pariah. She was, that crazy bald woman.
Right.
And how dare she?
Right.
And what is she even trying to say? And she must really just.
So everybody freaked out on the set.
In the world, I don't think on the set so much.
No,
I think
they did.
Oh, they did.
There's a dude that literally leapt out of his chair because she brought out a picture of somebody else for dress rehearsal.
Yeah, so I listened to her book because she tells her own stories, sure. And so she has a book out and she does tell that story. You're right. Like, there was that part, and that she was forewarned, like, not to do that.
Well, the whole point being, like, somebody jumped out of their chair. Everybody, I guess the crowd did not
panned.
Complete silence. Yeah. Everybody's scrambling, and Lorne Michaels ordered for them not to illuminate the applause sign. I was like, "That's your big bad move. Don't push that button that tells people that." Okay, and then now. I guess when reruns air, they use the dress rehearsal footage of that episode.
That I did not know, but I'm not surprised.
So I guess Madonna, what did I read that she did? She went on. She was not too terribly far down the line, and she took out a picture of her own and tore it up. There, a bunch of people had shit to say about it.
Yeah.
I read a thing where she said in getting ready to go on tour, she wasn't going to play gigs at arenas in the States if the national anthem was going to be played. And somebody said, Frank Sinatra.
Oh, right, yeah.
I'll kick her in the ass.
Yeah.
What? Okay.
But how is that, like, to be her? And keep in mind, she's not that old at this point.
No.
And Frank Sinatra saying he's going to kick you in the ass. Like, she blew up her fucking career.
Yeah. So she changed her name to Shuhada Sadquat after converting to Islam in 2018. But in 2017, she was Magda Davitt. 10 studio albums, 4 siblings. Here's what the coolest thing. So she's, like you said, she's like singing perhaps in school or something. And then she, I think, connected with a band at like 15. And everybody was like, yo, girl's got some pipes. And I don't remember all, but it eventually we get to the Sinead, from that record and this record.
Yeah.
And just kind of reading about it, I was like, this is a really fucking cool come up story. And it sounds like the average or a really cool come up story that we might see today, but without all the instant shit.
Yeah.
Like, you can be in this band for 7 months and then get noticed and develop this relationship with this producer and then go over here and record this track for this movie. And you can do like 2.5 years worth of shit in your life before it's ever public knowledge.
And she's
right?
done some incredible shit.
Yes, yes, and but now today it's all like this happened and we know and this happened. It's really weird. But again, that Fire on Babylon track was badass.
Well, and so that's, I think, like, all of that, and then this being her first album to come from there, right? Like, to come after that. Like, this was immediately following. So you think, like, how angry could she have been? You know, what could she have produced? What did people just put her through?
She could have put out Jagged Little Pill. And
She could have.
Alanis Morissette was like, I was going to do that.
But she didn't,
Right.
did she? This album is beautiful.
Yeah.
And it is kind. And it talks of love.
John,
and
I Love You.
Understand. Oh, that song.
It's gorgeous. And the piano work in it, I mean, it's as a collective.
Again, now I'm getting chills.
Yeah.
Like, I can't. And yeah, so I remember dating a guy and getting it, like, telling, like, I just loved her. And he was like, she had that, you know, typical opinion. Oh, she's fucking crazy and, you know, skinhead and whatever. And I was like, I fucking dare you to listen to this album and then tell me that. Like, you're not
Did
speaking
he?
from an educated space. Yes, he did. But, and you know, he was never going to say he was wrong.
Oh, boy.
Right.
Oh.
Here's kind of a fun little thing, though, that where things come together. There was a Lollapalooza tour that the Beastie Boys were on, that Sinead O'Connor was on. And so I got to see them both in one day.
What?
And Sinead O'Connor, it was like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 o'clock, like the worst time of day at Sandstone with the sun beating on you, like just horrible. And being like able to get all the way up to like the first row because like nobody wants to see, you know, like it's 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Who's fucking, like, it's, and just being able to like sit there and like have goosebumps when it's 100 degrees outside.
Nice.
Like, the power of her performance, the power of her, like, nobody has a voice like her.
No,
It's
no.
so strong.
Nothing compares to her.
Nothing compares to her.
I totally forgot that she and Peter Gabriel were a thing for a minute.
Briefly.
I mean, 2002 album, Sean Nos Nya. It looks Celtic to me. But she described it as sexed up traditional Irish folk songs. I was like, that's a record I want to listen to.
She does a lot of traditional Irish folk
That's
music.
cool.
And I think that definitely comes through in like her own style of singing. Like, that is very much in line with the traditions of Irish music.
So I'm dipping in and out of general info and album notes because I'm listening and taking notes at the same time, but I'm like writing stuff down and all of a sudden, All Apologies. And I was like, what the fuck? She covered what, a Nirvana cover? Oh, dude, you know.
Okay, think about timing.
Did this come out before Nirvana put it out?
No,
Okay, I mean
came
right
out-
after. Right after.
it came out the fall after Kurt Cobain died.
Eh,
This was literally months after his death that came out.
damn. So she maybe recorded it before he died?
Possibly.
Possibly.
That I would love to know. Or she carved out a space for it and put it on the album with intent, you know?
Okay, so I'm not going to. I have no interest. I have no vested interest in, pitting myself against you and siding with all those that say she's crazy. To me at the time, it was kind of similar to Roseanne's crotch grab. It's kind of like,
Oh,
that's a
yeah.
pretty bold move.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah.
But only in sitting down and reading a little bit about her, I'm like, she is fucking batshit crazy. And I'll say that because, there's a lot of stuff, just a lot of information about her. And the constant theme, and now she's had a lot of shit happen. So but the constant theme is statement is made, and then that I don't actually believe that. That's not. It was a knee jerk. I was heated up. I mean, even like I think now, like, I think she has denounced Christians, and now she's maybe embracing them again. At one point, she was like, "I don't ever want to engage with white people ever for the rest of my life." But a lot of actions or words that after the fact, she's either saying "I'm sorry" or "I don't actually believe that. I was going through some stuff." But it seems like a lot of the times that the actions and the words are being put out there, it feels like there's intention behind them. Whatever. But I mean, complex CPS, PSTD, CPS. Yeah. Anyway, PTSD, but with a complex tagged in it. Borderline and bipolar at various times. And I mean, I saw she went and got 3 second opinions after the bipolar, and they all were like, "No, you're not bipolar." Which I mean, anyway, she's 4 kids, 3 marriages, 3rd kid took his own life, which for my money, she's allowed to appear as crazy as she wants to be, because I cannot fucking imagine losing a child in any way, shape, or form. But I mean, it's the old adage: no parent wants to bury their child, right?
Oh, fuck
I mean,
no.
anyway, I mean, just June of last year, she announced her retirement and said, "No veteran dies alone" is due out in 2022. It's still not out, but she has come back and said, I was burned out or whatever. I'm still gonna do music, but I'm not gonna tour. It's gonna look different. Getting back to the record, Famine. Are you familiar with it? It's just, again, totally blew me away. Excellent musicianship. And by this point, I'm immersed because I'm listening, but I'm not. I don't even remember that I was curious what a Sinead O'Connor record was going, because I'm like, this is so good that I'm just in that zone, right?
Yeah.
This is so strange. The way that all of this sort of general info read to me, and the sequence in which it read, made it feel like, a couple times I had to look, because it was, I was feeling like we were reading about somebody that had died. And then like 3 or 4 times you're like, she was, just put a lot of past tense.
That's interesting.
Isn't it?
I think it goes back to like me trying to explain her to people.
Sure.
Because, again, there's just like this snapshot and this perception. But, when she says, like, "I'm no longer going to talk to white people," right?
Yeah.
That seems crazy.
We've all been there.
Well, but also, like, when she really started breaking out onto her own, like, she was a punk. Like, it really, like, and she actually spent a lot of time listening to reggae. It is and was, like, in her heart of heart, like, her music.
Yeah.
So I think potentially she just identifies with, she's just always been kind of a warrior to me. Does that make sense? Like she's a person who's a warrior, but she's so soft on the inside that she cannot mentally or emotionally handle how hard how this fight.
She's always been a warrior, so much so that numerous times she has sung "War" by Bob Marley. Speaking to warrior and reggae. I mean, so I get to the end of this album, and it's the last track, and I'm like, it's probably not going to be. I mean, we've covered a lot of ground here. Probably not going to be anything too special. Wrong. Thank you for hearing me. I mean, like, that title. It's a very kind of ubiquitous. It could be like a very anyway. it, it's a very for whatever the perception of her, whatever you read about has happened in her life. I think it's not a reach to say that you could be in a place where you say, for her to title a song like that feels very un-Sinead like, right? Like this whole notion of sort of rebelling and no, forget this, no, I'm doing it this, all these kinds of things. But then, thank you for hearing me. Like,
And again, that's because I think so much of what she does really comes from a place of love.
well, it's an absolutely gorgeous song. There's some super cool tribal bass and percussion riffs happening in there. And I'm a huge sucker from Banco de Gaia. If you ever listen to their Banco de Gaia,
I know of. I'm not familiar. Clearly.
or the Egg, kind of the 96 to 99, the height of electronica.
Oh yeah.
There's a what it always makes me think of is did you watch the two Matrix sequels?
Yeah.
So I think it's the third movie where they actually get to Zion, and Morpheus gives the speech, and then everybody just kind of fucking goes bananas, and there's a lot of fucking that happens later, right? But this like that, there's a lot of that kind of feel, that whole in some of that late 90s electronica that's very, very appealing to me, and it's like a moth in a light. It draws me in, and I'm like, oh, not all of it. Like I just gotta have
a little bit.
Yeah. But such a cool record. And again, I was like, the first time you sent it, I was like, I'm not gonna say anything because there's got to be a good reason for this.
I just love her so much, and I have so much empathy and love for her, and in a way that how do I want to say this?
Well, I mean,
I'm having a hard time forming my thought. Hold on with me a little bit. So,
perception is not always a lens for reality, right?
well, I what I was trying to say, I didn't want to word it this way, but because this makes me feel icky to say that, but you've heard that there's a fine line between genius and madness, right?
Uh-huh.
And I think it is so unfortunate that she has had to suffer. I think it is so unfortunate that she has these emotional challenges, or these mental challenges. Like, that is awful. She truly suffers. If she did not, there would not be this genius. And I love what she has put out there and shared. And it's so vulnerable, and it's so real, and it is so like speaking for the people who can't speak for themselves, and speaking the truth to power when like the people don't want to hear it. Talking about potato famines, and to me, like that, thank you for hearing me. And I knew you're like, it is a punctuation. And, especially at that time when like maybe you don't know if she's ever going to make another album again. This could be it, but it starts off so, kind of like quiet and small, and, I always say this word wrong, but like kind of diminutive,
Sure.
like, and then by the end, she's practically screaming at you.
Yeah.
That it just it builds in a way that is just, by the end, it's so overwhelming. It just feels like you've been kicked in the gut in the best kind of way.
Right. Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Yeah. And again, I know that she's got a bad rap, and so like she's somebody that I've genuinely just fallen in love with.
Well, I mean,
just in love with.
It's all in. I mean, I think I didn't write down any of these notes because I have any interest in like pinning any kind of label or painting her in any kind of light. And it's, I think, as any rational thinking person can agree with, it's one thing to sit on your living room couch and watch her tear up that picture and say, "Why'd you look at that?" And it's another thing to read tidbits about her for the purpose of talking about a record of hers on a podcast and say, you know, she's fill in the blank, but like, I don't even know what her shoes look like, let alone try them on or walk a mile in them.
Yeah, I could talk about her all night. I really could. I so could. The only other thing that I would want to put a pin in is that so many of us go through life like we're really worried about the basics, right? Like you got to have a job, you got to keep a roof over your head. You know, should we eat better? Should I quit smoking? Should I change my career? Should I change my job? Like all of those things in the day to day can be really scary, right? How many of us are willing to just, if I'm, fuck it, I'm not Lisa anymore. I'm gonna go change my name and I'm gonna go be this person and I'm gonna go live here and I'm gonna go study this, and like it seems a little crazy to us, like it's schizophrenic and you know, like she's just kind of all over the place. But what amount of courage does it take to really just continue to reinvent yourself in a very genuine way, not just in like a paparazzi or you know media savvy kind of way, but like I'm gonna go study Judaism. I'm gonna go study like I'm gonna like she's living the most. Like she's just really like not afraid to just be who she is.
Well,
and I think that that's
no,
spectacular.
she's not. And I don't know if this is gonna sound as I intend it to, but so there's always this lane, right, in the world of female artists, but specifically, I think it's okay to say musicians, where you know, Led Zeppelin 4. You got the old man in the field and he's got the backpack of straw or whatever, and there's a tiny little shelter in the background, and it's like, what is this? What is the story of this art? And then by the time you're getting the opening to Black Dog,
Yeah.
you've forgotten about that. Like, and then you go rock and roll and Stairway and Levy and all the other places that album takes you. And maybe when you put the album away, you're like, oh yeah, I forgot about you, guy. And like male artists, I think, again, assuming that you get, like, we get to decide what tracks make the record. We get to decide the track listing. We get to decide the album art, have had the ability to do that, right? To say, or, you know, I have the Massive Attack record with the big black spider.
Mezzanine.
Yes. And so then you look, not only have female artists like been putting out records for, you know, a lot less time, probably because opportunity wasn't presented or
sure.
whatever the list of I don't know what all the reasons are, but they exist. And then, okay, like, you know, we'll take a flyer on you, but how are we going to sell this record? Well, I'm going to wear the shirt that shows my tits and my face is going to look the best that it possibly can. And then male music executive says, well, by golly, that worked. And then that becomes the blueprint, right? And then at some point along the way, I remember, you know, a couple of, like, it became, a female musician said, I'm not doing that, right? I want people to buy this record because my music is good or my voice is good or whatever it is. And I think that I could be wrong about this, but I feel like the shaved head look when she first limelight was like, no, I know that if I'm beautiful, and if you want to, you know, put me in do all the things that you would do for the girl on my right and the girl on my left. I'll look really good on that album cover or on Saturday Night Live or whatever it is, but I don't want to do that. Like, I don't know if that was, are you following me? Like she buy this record for my music, and I'm going to eliminate this piece
That's
of
exactly
the puzzle.
what it was.
So like, even if you listen to a song of hers and you don't like it, or you didn't like what she did over here or said over here, like you have to on some level have respect and appreciation for not only the courage to do it, but like that totally could have backfired, and like maybe we never hear from her again.
She was a punk.
Yeah.
She was a punk.
Yeah.
She came from a punk roots, and
Yeah.
you know, thank God for that. You know, that was any woman that came up in the punk world did not do it because anybody gave her a hand, right? Like that was really, you're kicking your way, you know, into that scene.
So we reached the end of the decade, 1999. Keep It Like a Secret, Built to Spill. I have somebody in a couple months that chose another Built to Spill record, and it's not the same one. But when she gave me her list, I was like, huh. And then I was like, huh. You know, and I, for whatever reason, like, I think that I had decided with maybe the tiniest morsel of information or no information whatsoever that they were some offshoot of an offshoot of an offshoot of like Grateful Dead.
Yeah.
Like, you know, side project of a side project.
Yeah.
They are not. And Doug March, if I'm saying that, formerly of Tree People. Which
he's an interesting dude.
I mean, so this record's from 99. They put out 8. They've had numerous lineup changes, but when they formed in 1992, his vision was different lineup for every record. Yeah. And I read that and I was like, wait, I think I read that wrong. What did you say? You know, and I was like, that's
very Prince-like, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's like bananas and genius.
Yeah.
Like, anyway, how did these guys wind in your lap?
This is when I want to, one other thing. If you've never heard Sinead O'Connor sing Mother on Pink Floyd Live.
Oh,
on the Wall Live.
Yes, I did see that I saw that she was on it, but I don't think that I saw the track. Mother. Gorgeous track for her to sing.
It'll give you chills. Okay, I wanted to make sure I threw that in there.
Yeah.
Built to Spill.
You can come back and do a whole episode on Sinead if you want to. Absolutely would love. I mean.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I'd love to like just curate.
Or just other records. I mean, anyway.
Built to Spill is a fun one because, you know, again, repeating myself, record stores. You know, I worked at Camelot when I was in high school, at Musicland when I, you know, kind of first got out of high school. And then I was not somebody that went straight to like, you know, 4-year college and did the whole college life experience. I worked my way through college. I moved out of my parents' house when I was 18, and I worked at Penny Lane, which was a record store in Westport.
I'm so jealous.
So yeah, first like independent record store. And then again, that's when I was there when Universal Mother came out. But you know, I had remember, you know, I lived through all of it. You know, I remember when the Foo Fighters first came out, and I remember people like, you know, all the little punk girls that would come in for the Green Day album. And I worked for a minute at like Sound Warehouse too, when like, you know, they first started like saying you had to like label albums. Like I feel like I was very fortunate to live and work in that scene. Oh, you know, Blood Sugar Sex Magic, like all the stuff.
I feel like I knew that at one time you had a job in a record store. I didn't know you had like a whole portion of your resume was.
Yeah, like
that's
from the
so
time.
Cool.
Yeah, from the time that I was old enough to work, I did, and I worked at Street Side for like 4 or 5 years.
Really?
Yeah, I was there for a long time. That was my main job in college. Like, I hadn't waited tables, and so I didn't know how much money I was leaving on the table. I was like living rough, working in the record store, like Empire.
But check out my CD collection.
Fuck yes, that was exactly it. Because, and even after I quit working there, I might have gotten some discounts on things that I wanted, but, and such a pleasure too. Like, this is when albums came out on Tuesdays.
Mm-hmm.
And, some of my favorite people would come into, like, you had regulars, and just, again, those conversations that you just are never going to have in any other kind of other space. You're all there because you love music, and that's all you're going to talk about.
Well, if you ever feel inclined, like the little section where Elwyn and I in episode 3 talk about flipping, we talk about street side and
yeah.
like just like see somebody that looks interesting, and then you get a look at what they're looking at, and you're like, should I be looking at that?
Yeah.
And then the staff is playing their shit that they like.
And we had our whole little, like, where we got to, like, pick stuff that we would tell people to listen to.
And then you take your stack to the counter. It's like, oh shit, I forgot about tax. Let me have 2 of those back.
That'll be $300 on a weekly basis, and you're like, okay.
Will you take $49.99 and a nice Casio?
Yeah. Again, like, so fortunate, because I did get a lot of, like, perks and free stuffs and posters and concert tickets and so many things that I would not have got without. Yeah, I mean, and I worked there when we had a Ticketmaster. Like, just, when you had to stand in line and hope that you got concert tickets.
Right. This trip to Colorado with the kids, when the Durango port, I love that town. It's still so magical, and it's the hardest place for me to visit because I absolutely loved living there and going to school there, and I just, on a whim, I mean, there were some things pulling me, but like a total gamble of a long distance relationship, relocated, which didn't work out. But eventually, I met Anna, and I wouldn't have my kids. We wouldn't have our kids. Anyway, so I'm downtown walking the shops with the kids, and they're like, "Dad, look." And I look, and there's a record store. Like, I'm like, that's kind of the thing these days. And so I go in, and it smells really good. And I'm like, and there's a dude back there. I'm like, "What's the story here?" And he's like, "Well, this is a bakery and a record store, and my wife comes here at 3:30 in the morning and bakes baked goods and works till 10 or whatever, and then I come in and I work." And I was like, "I want to give you all my money right now." And then I was like, no, I can't be in here. I have to leave. And I'm walking out, and my daughter goes, "Dad, there's like 3 or 4 Kurt Weill records over there." And I was like, "Oh my God, I'm back in." And I go over, and they're all imports. They're like $49.99 a piece. And I was like, I can't. It's too expensive. Besides, there's no room in my suitcase. I gotta go. And the guy's like, "We'll ship to you." And I'm like, "Fuck, I'm back." I was like, oh my God, no, I can't be in here.
Yeah.
Next time I'm in town, I'm gonna give you a big pile of my money, but not today.
Yeah.
Anyway, so.
But getting to that album, right? Like, so you talked about being a music snob earlier.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that I was a music snob, because I really believe in the democracy of music. Like, everybody can like their own thing. I felt like when I would see my peers at the record store, like, being all judgy or and remember even getting judged myself for, like, the things that I liked, I just felt like that was so shitty. It was so shitty, so I never really, anyway, but, I fucking missed them. This is an album that, like, the whole reason I'm saying this is, like, I worked in record stores. I knew people. I knew stuff. I got in on cutting edge. Like, that was part of my identity, right? And then it was years later, like, well, 2 years after, maybe a year after Keep It Like a Secret came out. And I had been dating this guy, Aaron, off and on. Not sure how long at that point, but overall we were, and it was a number of years. And
what year is this? You never dated Corselia, did you?
No.
No, that was Megan.
No.
That was Megan.
Yeah. His name was Aaron Baker.
Okay.
But, and he was a musician. And, my best friend and her husband, and they were in bands. And so, like this whole like 39th Street vibe and that kind of like crew. And it was before I was working at McCoy's.
Okay.
I was still working at the coffee shop. I had quit working at the record store just again because I found out how much more money you can make in food service. And I think I was still in college probably too, because it took me like 8 years to finish college. Well, when you're going like part time, you got 2 degrees though, working, right? Almost did. Right, almost right. Did. But so Aaron had met this guy. And I'm not going to say his name, but, and Aaron and I were again on and off and stuff. And so we were kind of on at this time. And, my roommate's name was Aaron as well. So my best friend still is Aaron. And then my boyfriend was Aaron. Right. So I had the 2 Aarons in my life. But Aaron Boy met this guy through like a band and friends and, 39th Street scene. And they became good friends. And Aaron ended up moving in with him to be his roommate. And I just fucking hated this guy. Something about him, I did not like. I didn't like being around him. I didn't like that Aaron was friends with him. I didn't like that Aaron was living with him. Like, I tried to like him. Like, I really tried. And he also started dating my roommate. So then, like, if he wasn't at his house where I was with his boyfriend, he was at my house with my roommate, and it was just a gross situation. But we were, I was at Aaron's house and Aaron Boy's house, not my house, and this person was playing that album, Keep It Like a Secret, and I was just like, what the fuck is this? Like, I love it. And, and apparently this had been like kind of their breakthrough album, but, I was probably like a year behind, like I said. Like, other people listened to it. It was kind of already like, oh, you've never heard of them? Like, kind of like that kind of attitude,
Did you used to work at Street Side?
But again, like, how? Like, they had albums out before that. And, like, I was just so caught up in all these other, like, things at the time, but they slid under the radar. I think the other thing, too, is, like, I really liked it. But it was intriguing to me because it wasn't the typical style of music that I would like. Yes, it's very guitar heavy. Chuck is melodic, right? It was the harmonies. Like, it's just really, like, some groovy shit. But, like, I'm, listening to people yell.
Right.
When I'm not listening to Sinead O'Connor. And, so it's just different. The thing I like about them, and this is, I think, where you and I have always, like, kind of diverged on our musical tastes, is I can't do a jam band. I know I can enjoy a Grateful Dead concert, I can enjoy a Fish song, but, like, the meandering, I need the payoff. Like, it doesn't hold my attention the way that it does for some people. This, to me, is a jam band for people who hate jam bands.
Dude. I mean,
the
plan is the opening track. My first note on the record, kind of a jam band feel to it, and then it kind of gets away from that and moves into this kind of a slow down transition. Mm-hmm. And I wrote that down. I was like, fucking 2 minutes into track 1, like, maybe don't make a note you're gonna regret. But so funny.
And so, like, I think, like, again, I can appreciate that. And that's what I love about his songs, is because they'll be going somewhere and you'll be grooving. And then it just is like, no, we're going to go over here for a little while now. But you don't have to, like, be over there for 15 minutes before you come back over here, So it is that kind of meandering guitar going in all kinds of different places, like being really unexpected. He's so great with the hooks. There's so many great hooks on that album.
Well, you said you thought this was kind of a big one. All Music called it their most accessible. Mm-hmm. You are a fan of their other stuff, right?
Yeah. But again, like, I can go lukewarm, and it probably could be because of the different musicians and things. But there's albums where I'll be like, oh, I really like this song. None of them have had the feel, the groove. Like you talk about a mood. This album is a mood from beginning to end. It just kind of carries you through.
It
There's like
is.
something that's a thread. I can't figure out what it is, but it's constant and it's there. But every song is just all over the place.
I mean, yes, and it is. There is a mood. It is a feel, and it does not. And nobody ever said that it had to, but it does not match the album title or the album cover. But I would argue that the title and the art are just as interesting and intriguing as the mood and the
Isn't
feel
it?
of the music.
Yes, absolutely.
And I'm like, I don't, which way, what, I want to investigate all three.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, anyway, maybe kind of like his hooks. Center of the Universe kind of had a Weezer kind of feel to it, which I'm into.
Yeah.
Cool melodies and Time Trap and Else. Dug those. And just interesting tones and themes in this record. And it made me like, it's sort of like I'm looking at this, I don't know, you know how Star Wars, there's always a map and a piece of the map that's missing, or, you know, a pirate movie and
The corners
time.
off.
Yeah. And it's like, I feel like this goes somewhere, but and then I eventually, it's like, who cares? You know what I mean? It's this curiosity that eventually it's like, I don't have to have all the answers. I can just dig it.
Just dig it.
What does music consumption look like for you?
Now?
Yes. When, where, how, what?
It's a lot more passive, I think, less intentional than it used to be. Again, for all the reasons we've already talked about, like the way we consume media, the amount of time that you have, the way that it's delivered to you now, like the expense of literally going and buying an album. Like, I don't have a CD player anymore, you know? And that killed me. I still have not gotten rid of any of my CDs.
Me either.
I probably never will.
I was a holdout too. I've like 1,000 cassettes in the other room, all, and then I started CD. I was like,
yeah,
I don't. If I make the switch to CDs, they're gonna come up with something else. And then I finally was forced to.
Yeah.
Because people eventually, by like 98, 99, 2000, they're not putting out cassettes when new records. So all right. And now it's like, I don't need either one of these. Fucking all on my phone, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. But so then again, it takes away from that experience of like the beginning to end, the album coming out, which, so, now when I consume, it's like, I have my different mediums. So like Apple Music, Spotify, I kind of dabble a little bit in all of them. If there's things, because I don't buy as much as I used to, and I feel really bad about that.
You're becoming your parents.
Huh?
Are you becoming your parents?
No, it's like I kind of like you were saying, the holdout, right? Like,
yes,
I held out on vinyl. Like, I was like, I'm not getting like, I want a record player. I want to have 4,000 albums. Like, that's like kid in a candy store. Can't do it. That's like crack. Don't get me a record player. Like, ex-boyfriend bought me a record player a few years back, and so here I am, like, in the record store. Like
You've dated recently?
It was not serious.
Okay.
He was a lovely person.
Sure.
It wasn't serious,
Sure.
and it wasn't for like super long. But yeah, he bought me a record player for Christmas when I said, now I have this whole other expense because now I have to like fund the record player.
I was just going to ask you, what do you make of it? Because this vinyl renaissance, 8-9 years ago when we first started, I remember being like, it has not gone away. And then
I think, and I don't know what for the younger generations. I don't know if it's the the millennials that got really into it for a while, and like then those music snobs are like, I'm only gonna buy it on vinyl. If it is like some kitsch kind of thing, I guess. For me, it just seems like very much like full circle, like circle of life.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
This tangent. I have 3 nephews on my one sister's side. My middle nephew, Josh, who I love you very much if you listen to this.
Shouts out to Josh.
He's always been kind of a pain in the ass.
Oh,
to be completely honest.
Okay.
Like, he was a 2-year-old that would run up to you like full force, and he wasn't big, but he was like a fucking brick wall. He's always been solid. He would knock you on your ass. He was the kid that you told him not to do something, and he did the exact opposite. Like, he was fucking something, you know. So he's like, you know, he's 19 now, he's 20 now, whatever. And we're going through the rituals of, you know, cleaning out my parents' house, and you know, they never got rid of anything because they were children of the Depression, and the amount of things that my mother held on to is just insane to me. But there was a record player down there that I did not realize I was there, or I probably would have absconded with it years ago. Like, but you know, it is like the built-in. It's got kind of like that fabric feel all over it, and you know, it's all right here, the knobs, and then you open the top, and I mean, it's old. It's
a piece of furniture.
It's not. It's actually a tabletop one.
Oh, but still.
But it's like 70s probably. Like, it's old.
Yeah.
So you know, that comes off the shelf on the day that Josh is there, and he's, oh, this is so cool. And there's a number of records around the house too. So like, we've got them all upstairs, like, for us to go through. I've already taken what was mine. But so Josh takes the record player upstairs, and, you know, he's listening to some of the records that are up there. And I was like, that little shit is not taking that record player. Like, he, you know, I was just like, you're not taking that. Like, you're not getting the record player, dude. But then, and because he wasn't helping that day, like, he's upstairs listening to records where we're all like busting our asses out. And then when we left the house that day, I was like, well, fucking make sure somebody unplug that, because I don't want to burn the house down. Like, it's old as shit. Like, I was shocked that it worked. It worked perfectly, right? But so Josh will babysit or hang with Owen sometimes, you know, and I got this record player, and then so like he'll watch him while I go to a concert and come home. Oh, how was the concert? What did you like? Da, da, da. This kid is the child that I thought I would have when it comes to music. He fucking loves like 70s early rock music. Cool. I know, right? Like, he's
at what age?
He's 19.
Okay. That's cool.
20, 19.
I just learned a couple weeks ago that David Coverdale was in Deep Purple. Did you?
Oh, I did know that.
I didn't know. I was like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, people, you know, but so when I found out, like, that became like a spark of conversation. I found out, like, oh, you love these bands that I love too, and so I'm giving him, like, I'm like, well, have you heard this band? If you like this band, you might like this band. And then I said my favorite, absolute, like, one I think this is one of the best songs of all time, like, I'll never not listen to it, is America at Sister Golden Hair. And he goes, that's my favorite song.
I fucking love that band. I
mean,
I don't know anything beyond, let's say we got Horse with No Name, Ventura Highway, Sister Golden Hair. What else? Hit wise,
I'd be hard pressed to tell you too.
And I don't know. Like, I don't know if I've ever even heard a non-hit, but like they distilled it and bottled it, and I was like, I fucking was that was supposed to be me. I was supposed to be in that band, you know.
It's like that. Like, I should have grown up at a different time. But,
yes, exactly.
You know, I love the music of the 70s. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Like, I was into yacht rock way before yacht rock was like a thing. Which that I have something to bring up with you there too. But after that, you know, we went back over to the house a few weeks ago, and literally I was just checking to make sure he unplugged the record player, because I didn't want the house to burn down. And my sister says, oh, Josh took the record player back to the house. And for like a half a second, I was like, that little shit. And then literally it was that half second. And then I was like,
good for him.
Yes, absolutely. I was like, he should have
little flex. I successfully.
Yes. Yeah,
passed along
yes,
this
yes,
trait.
I did it. Yes, I did it. So I have like, this little guy, not a little guy anymore, but he just really turned out to be somebody special,
Nice.
and great that I can relate to him on
So
that
older
level.
sister and younger sister both have kids. So
Older sister has 3 boys.
okay.
Younger sister,
How weird is that?
what?
That the firstborn of the 3 of you girls had 3 boys.
Oh yeah, well, my mom was one of 3 girls. My
Hey.
mom was one of 3 girls, and she had 3 girls. And
Okay. And then younger sister.
Younger sister has children. She did not give birth to those
Okay,
children.
okay.
She did not adopt those
Okay.
children. But they are technically her nieces and nephews on her husband's side.
Okay.
And they have care of 2 of
Okay.
a number of their children. So
Sorry, go ahead.
no, so they're my nephews too. Like, they're not
Right.
on the books as being.
Does
my nephews.
Owen have a relationship with music at all, or?
Working on it?
Okay.
We spent yesterday go for a walk, and I'm like, okay, we've talked about putting it. You'll say you like this song. You say like you like this song. Like, we're gonna put it together a playlist for you. But no, he doesn't love it. I went to Tulsa a few years back to see Depeche Mode, and
That's great.
well, I went to Chicago to see him the year before that.
Nice.
So it was the same tour. It was just the end of it. Like, I saw it at the beginning, and then I saw it again a year later. And I always buy 2 tickets. I don't know who's going to go with me, but I just always buy 2 tickets. Very rare that I buy a ticket. But for this one,
who bought tickets for the David Byrne show we went to together? Do you remember that at Memorial?
that's what I was going to bring back.
Oh shit! Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
I'll cut that out so it doesn't look like I ruined it.
No, I think it's worth revisiting. But because I didn't really have a whole lot of takers for a road trip to Oklahoma, and it was like Memorial Day. It was right after Memorial Day weekend too, so timing was shit. So I was like, I guess you're going to a concert, Owen.
Happy birthday to me. Right?
Yeah, yeah. So we drove down there, and he wears his noise canceling headphones, and he ate popcorn, and he watched, but he was like not into
Right.
it. I think I'll nudge him a little bit more, but it's very frustrating to parent somebody who's so different from you in that way, because like I do go to a lot of shows still when I can, and I'm like, come with me, I'll take you to
Right.
all the places. And he's like, no.
Yeah. Okay, so this is just not related to anything else, but tomorrow you wake up and you have, for whatever reason, you've been legitimately, there's nothing sketch, you've been given more money than you or Owen or anybody in your family can spend before all of you are long gone. You no longer have to worry about money, right? Mm-hmm. What's your joy spot? What are you going to do with your days? Are you going to travel the world? Are you going to develop a craft?
Yeah. So, yes, travel. Again, I mentioned that, I'm only 2nd generation immigrants, and I really want to go back and see where my family was from. Vienna is a very interesting place. It was a big cultural rebirth, and earlier in the century, and just amazing the things that have come out of there. So I really want to go back there. Austria, I have heard, is just gorgeous, and the
hills are alive. With the sound of
yeah,
Griswold.
so I definitely want to go there, and just we're kind of from that area, Prague. Just generally, I would like to go there.
I mean, you could spend a half a year, and it wouldn't even be a surface scratch, right?
Right.
So much, not just there or that, but the whole.
Yeah. And again, I would love to travel, but that to me is kind of, I've had to put a pin in it. Owen won't get on an airplane.
Right.
Hasn't. I feel like that's going to be like something I do in my older years, and with my friends and things.
God, I mean, there's also, and I don't want, when that becomes a reality, I don't want it to go any way than the way it's supposed to go.
Mm-hmm.
But there's something like oddly romantic about the notion of just solo,
Oh,
like,
yes, you are so right.
and maybe,
I don't
and
want to
maybe
beat this drum, but we no longer live in a time where a woman can go travel by herself.
fair enough. And I was just about to say, maybe it's like in that, what was the, James, that, how James Dean could just, whatever he's doing or where you're like, fuck, I want to do that. I want to wear that coat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I picture him like, with a leather backpack and his, and he's like a quarter of the way up the staircase to get on a tiny plane. And then everything after that is just a complete disaster. But in that moment, it's like, I'm going to travel the world.
Yep.
Look how cool this looks.
Yeah.
And then it's just shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
yeah.
maybe better for you to have a companion to do that with.
Yeah. And I don't know. Do you remember Katie Jackson?
KT Fryer, as she goes by on the Facebooks.
She's Katie Jackson.
Well,
yes, she's Katie Fryer. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. She's all like.
Yeah, she's badass.
And like always got some shit to say.
Again,
you two were tight near the end of.
She is still my family. Like, that's just really like, we can go for months without talking to each other and just text each other like in the middle of the day, random, and be like, "Fuck yeah."
That's cool. There is a little bit of an age gap.
10 years.
10? Okay.
Exactly 10 years.
And she was always interesting to me from the other side of the little heat lamp, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it also looked like for a second that she was on the precipice of like, falling into a wheelbarrow of bad decisions at any given moment. Mm-hmm. And whatever, like, mm-hmm. again, it's like, I'm back here yelling at people and clacking tongs together. Like, what the fuck do I know? But anyway, that's cool. I love those relationships.
I do too. So super, super special to me. I'm not answering your question. Why did I bring up Katie? You're asking me why traveling.
Yeah, maybe you find a companion.
Well, because Katie and I went on a trip together.
Oh, fun!
And we went to Europe for a few weeks.
I was still at McCoy's.
Oh,
okay.
But she got super drunk one night when I think we were in Amsterdam, and I was just fucking over it. Like, she was so drunk, she wasn't listening to me. So mad, and I was like, we have to go back to the hostel, and and she's like, fuck you, and doing what you do.
Yeah.
She's going off, and I was like, I will be damned if I'm gonna follow her. Like, I'm just standing there in the corner, and I'm like, I'm not following her. I'm not. And I was like, but then I was like, I can't go back to the hostel. Like, what if like she fucking disappears?
Right.
Like, I was like, I can't go back.
Cameron Fry. I'll go. They'll keep calling.
We may have had cell phones, but I don't know at the time, but I don't even know that they would have worked over there. And then I was like, she doesn't know where she is. I don't know where we are. And she's really like 3 blocks away at this point. And then somebody like kind of comes up and starts talking to her. And I was like, fuck, now I gotta go, so I wrangled her and we made it back safely. And of course she doesn't remember any of that, but like that really is just kind of, unfortunately, the reality of travel these days. Like, you just cannot go alone. And, so, in my fantasy, I would go with my sisters because that's where we both, where we want to go. Definitely would travel. I mean, I definitely would travel. If money was not like an issue at all, I would have so much fucking music and, a nice setup, and I would travel for every concert that I've ever wanted to see, and probably even like put on concerts,
I could Lisa Wilkinson, the promoter. I could see it.
Yeah.
I could see it.
I would, but.
Did you have a black leather jacket at some point back in the McCoy's days?
I did not.
No?
I never did.
Maybe just I pictured that be part of your thing
No.
when you're promoting.
Yeah. Oh, maybe, yeah, but no, I don't think that I ever did.
So you do have some vinyl, but it's
Yeah,
from
I do.
a previous time. You don't go out and buy it right now.
I do go out and buy it now, but again, when I worked at Penny Lane and eventually into Street Side, when they kind of switched over and when CDs were the thing, like there was a shit ton of vinyl in the basement. I mean, a shit ton of vinyl in the basement. And it wasn't like they had a little bit of everything. It wasn't a whole record store downstairs, but you know, I might have picked through some of that stuff and taken it home.
Do you go to, when you go out to buy, do you go to the same spot? Do you buy online? What do you?
I conveniently have Records by Merit, which is right next door to where we do karate.
Oh,
And
okay.
so it's on Westport Road. And so I'll just like...
That came from there. That was a gift from a dude that did an episode and said that's the only place that he'll buy. And if it's not, even if he knows that it's at this other place and they don't stock it, he'll order it through them.
Yeah.
I was like, what? But he said it was in Westport.
It's in Westport.
Like
it's on Westport Road.
A couple older gals, maybe?
At least one. I don't...
Okay.
If there's... Merritt is, the owner. It's her name. And I don't know if she's got a partner or anything like that, but I know that she has a community around her, and I know that people will, like, come in and work there or help.
Records by Merit, did you say?
Records by Merit. And it's small. I mean, it's a very narrow space. It's small. She'll really only have 1 or 2 copies of most of whatever you're looking for. And, a lot of times you do have to ask her to order stuff. But
how often do you have a budget per month that you can spend, or just whenever you feel like it?
No, it's just I made the mistake at one point. Like, I had all my records from my youth. I had all these records from Street Side. It was one of those times where I was broke, and I had a friend that worked at another, and I gave up a lot of my vinyl at one point because I just thought I had duplicates of stuff. Like, I just thought it wasn't going to be the thing.
If that ever happens again,
I know, right?
Call me first.
Yeah, and even then I didn't have a huge...
Right.
No,
I don't. I have like 20. And
that's it.
I didn't buy any of them. I just have assembled somehow.
Yeah.
Like, I took the one that was on display for the last episode, and I was like, what am I? And Willie Nelson came out. I was like, that'll work for Lisa. Is that right? I mean, why not? Who doesn't love Willie?
Yeah. But so I've just kind of made an effort to go back and, like, I mentioned the Police. Like, Synchronicity was one of my favorite albums for a long time, and I had that vinyl.
Is King of Pain on that record?
Yeah. But I don't have it anymore. I'm sure it's one of the ones that I sold, or I don't know. Maybe got pilfered at a party, for all I know. I was like, I gotta get that one again. So I kind of have a running list of, like, right now I'm just kind of slowly replacing things and trying to capture, like, some of my all-time favorite albums on vinyl.
But you said that your listening these days is more passive than it used to be.
It's more passive,
and are you
not in a bad way?
But you Apple Music and Spotify. Are you taking records out and putting them on at the house, or?
No, what I am doing is I do 2 things. I very much like Sirius XM as far as, like, digital music goes, especially, like, if you stream it on your phone, they've got a lot more channels than what you can listen to, like, in your car.
Interesting.
There's one called Indie 101 that I fucking live for. It is so good.
Shouts out to Sirius.
Yeah.
You guys want to sponsor our podcast?
But they have some really good channels, right? And so I have found in recent years, like, I will just hear a song on, this channel, that channel, like, and I'm like, oh, I really like that. And you're like, who's that? Never heard of that. And so every year I kind of just make a playlist of stuff I discover that year. Like, I'll, Shazam it or whatever, and I go home and I add it to my Spotify, and every year it's like my favorite songs of 2022, and then where does that go? It'll lead you down a rabbit hole, right? You're like, well, if I really like this band, I want to listen to something else that they've listened to. And so then and the way that Spotify can work is, very much like how Pandora worked, is like, well, they pick up on what you like, and then they start feeding you things. And so I very much, like, kind of go about it that way. And I like that. I feel like it's in a vacuum. I don't listen to local radio very much at all.
Right.
And so I don't have the, like, preferred bands or the hits over and over. And I may not, and may not know much about that person other than I just like that song, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I really like that. And just kind of that's how I discover now. I also listen New Music Fridays on NPR. Any of their music shows. I mean, I'll fast forward. They've got some stuff that they're just talking too much, or somebody whose music taste I really don't align with. But they'll talk about music that comes out. They do like uh, and then like the end of the year playlist. And so I'll like see album lists and I'm like, well, never heard of them, never heard of them. So if there's that list, and then the other list is like the you need to listen to me list. So that's where I go into like Apple Music and I get the whole album and I put um, albums on a playlist where it's just like, these are all the albums you need to go listen
Sure.
to.
So the vinyl comes out when? Or
why? Usually when I'm cleaning the house, usually when I'm like, gonna be home for a while, and but again, it's a luxury to sit down and listen to music these days. I have to save that time and that energy for when I get to go to concerts. Really, otherwise it's like I am cleaning, I am cooking,
right.
I am momming, I'm
momming.
doing all the things, but I do have music on most of the time.
Nice.
Either music or a podcast. And I'm not somebody who comes in and turns on the TV
right.
at all. And so if I'm doing dishes, I just turn on my Sirius XM and listen to whatever's on there. And if I don't like it, I move it.
Two things, and we got to get you out of here, or it's almost 7:00.
Okay,
so,
yeah, I totally want to.
So, did you want to circle back to?
I did,
okay.
Because I didn't know if you remembered that we had gone to that show.
Yeah.
I think you bought tickets.
Did I?
In fact, I feel like maybe the only reason I ended up going is because you had an extra. I don't know.
So was Anna not there? Was it not the three of us?
No, it was the three of us.
Okay.
But I feel like and I could be wrong. I don't remember.
I thought for some reason that there was like I thought you were excited to see him. Like
I was.
Okay.
I definitely was.
It was. I didn't know what to expect. I really just cracked the shell on David Byrne and Talking Heads at that point. But I definitely remember enjoying the music, and then there was a lot more happening on stage than I thought there would be. And now I've listened to almost everything in his solo career discography, and it's like, oh, it's always a huge production.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, not too terribly long ago, what did they? All of a sudden, there was an Instagram account, Talking Heads.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's what it was, and everybody was like,
"Ooh, they're gonna get
it's
back
happening,"
together.
and then I don't think it did.
I don't think it's happening too.
But I think that whole outfit dissolved because, I mean, was he a dick to Tina?
I think he was.
Like that's the absolute worst. It's like, for all the service industry stories you've heard about George Brett being an asshole, and it's like a childhood idol to so many people. You don't want to hear that. Like he is a rare specimen in the field of musical geniuses. And he's done some cool things. Like, was there ever a cooler concept than assembling?
American Utopia.
What?
American Utopia?
No. Stop Making Sense.
Oh, right.
To come out with the ghetto blaster and build the stage as the concert goes on, and some of the stuff he's done solo. I mean, and honestly, she did some cool stuff.
I don't think it was just her, though. I think it was kind of him
being a dick to everybody, control-wise or something.
I mean, you're that kind of artist, right? Like that kind of artist that is like thinking about everything, or creating new experiences, or videos, or like he has a strong vision. I think that would be hard for anybody to deal with. So, was he a dick? I don't know.
Right.
Did they just not get along? I don't know. Could he be a complete asshole? Maybe.
Right.
But I kind of don't think so.
I don't either.
Everyone that he has worked with has like enjoys him, and he just, again, you talk about people that are really special. He's very much into world music. I think what people now I think understand, like maybe with American Utopia, but how great he is.
What
at,
is
like,
American Utopia?
let's put a pin in that.
Okay.
Is like just he's an amazing when it comes to arranging.
Yes.
And I think
Composer.
even a master of like percussion,
Yeah.
and like the way that he uses that. I don't know if you remember this specifically, but when we were at that show, he encored with Whitney Houston's "I Want to Dance with Somebody."
Yeah, I do now.
And I mean, I was like, fuck, I hate this song, but now I absolutely love it.
Right.
It totally turned me on that. Years later, and I know that there was like a gap where you didn't work at McCoy's when I worked there. So this may have, I feel like there was.
Like I think you started there before. I started there in 2000.
Yeah.
And I left in 2008.
Maybe I made that up.
Did you dip out and come back?
Well, no, not really. Like I tried to keep working there when I had my first big kid job.
Yes, that's what it was.
That was all drama.
But were you there before 2000?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Terry Trombetti was the GM.
Right after. No, it was right around 2000. Like, I think you were there before me. You
Okay.
started before me, but probably close. I don't know why I thought. But the whole point was David Byrne came back, and he played at the Uptown.
Oh.
And it was one of those things, again, where it's like I wanted to go, but I didn't have anybody to go with. I don't know why we didn't go. But Spencer went with me.
Oh, no kidding.
And we had so much fucking fun. Because he was also like, I had no idea it was going to be this good.
Right.
That's
awesome.
So, yeah.
Did you guys wear your white tank tops?
Or what?
Shouts out to Joel Fry.
Yeah. No, but I do remember we met at McCoy's and walked up there from there and then went back to McCoy's to party.
If you hadn't have done exactly that, big party foul.
Right. No, we had fun. And I think that was literally the only time I went out with Spencer, like one-on-one.
Sure.
Group thing.
Spencer, if you're listening, he's been slated to be in the Cherub.
Oh, nice.
And hasn't made it.
Nice.
He's got to get his schedule ironed out, but I have all my notes and his records ready to go.
He's a funny dude. I ran into him at Matt Ross Community Center, like in the swimming area.
I ran in.
This isn't awkward.
Yeah, I ran into him at the J.
Oh,
Basketball games.
Yeah.
And he was exiting mid conversation. I was entering. I saw him coming, but he didn't see me. And I just a small personal space invasion and said something like aggressively loud, like, "Sir, you can't wear that here." And he was like, Jesus.
He's a funny dude.
Yeah, he is. Okay, so
American Utopia. You want to switch over there?
Yeah. What is it?
If you didn't know, that is David Byrne's most recent performance.
Oh.
So what I really like about it is like, yeah, it's a concert. Sure, it's a concert, but it was a performance. So his idea was that all the musicians are wearing their instruments. Like, basically you're not tied down to a certain spot on your stage. Like, you're making music while you're physically performing in these other ways as well. Yeah, it's a hard gig, you can tell. And they wore monochrome matching.
Cool.
And no shoes, which I don't know what that's about, but it, very uniform.
There's a whole lane of people out there that are, I mean, you don't have to look hard to find them on TikTok that are
no shoes.
Because not just one with but via touching, but the vibrations. Oh. And then this whole thing of like, if you do that, then eventually you have all the protection you need. Yeah, that's cool. I'm not gonna do that, but
that is kind of cool. Yeah, and I don't know if there's a meaning behind it or not.
There's also okay, so back to YouTube reaction videos. There's a gal who's she's cute and adorable and really good, and her channel is called The Charismatic Voice, and she's a vocal coach, and she reacts to like, I mean, you name it. I'm sure she's done some Cornell or some Soundgarden. She's done some metal. And man, I really wish there's one in particular that I absolutely, more than one that I've loved, but she knows her shit. And she uses a lot of terminology that I'm not familiar with, but when she says it, and it makes perfect sense. Like the way that a mouth closes on a consonant has a name for it, and so this video I'm thinking of where it's kind of like a Cornell where you, like the high note is like, you want me to get up there? Like, are you fucking serious? And she's really appreciating how the singer is not like straining, and she's very aware of the way the core is positioned. Oh, it's Geddy Lee. It's Geddy Lee. She's watching a Rush video. And you know, Geddy gets up there.
Yeah,
like, I would try, but I would probably hurt for 2 days. And one of them, I think this video is a live performance. So he's, God, you know, it's Tom Sawyer. It's fucking Tom Sawyer. And she's talking about and she takes a moment to appreciate, the way that he's standing in one spot, and how the way that he's standing totally dictates what you can do up here. And I think she goes on a teeny tiny little tangent and talks about there's even more untapped potential if you do that barefoot. So anyway, sorry.
That could definitely be it.
Yeah.
But it's stripped down. There's no rug on the floor. There's no instruments on the stage. There's no props per se, like maybe at the beginning, but like it's just like these shiny curtains that are on the 3 walls. So it ends up being like you're looking into a box.
Cool.
Right?
Okay.
And so then all you see is this performance, and it's so choreographed with, you know, the dances, and well, you know how he is, you know. And I mean, if you're a Talking Heads fan, if you're a David, like, it's just, it's so good that it's like not a concert, it's a performance.
Nice.
And I was lucky enough to see that at Kaufman because it sold out in like a second.
Oh, shit.
And
At Kaufman. Nice.
And then it became, because it was so successful, he had a run in New York, and just night after night they performed this, just like you would at Broadway. Yeah.
Cool.
And I don't know how long it lasted, but it's so good that at the Tonys last year, they literally created a category so that they could give him an award because it wasn't like anything else that was like out there.
Right.
You know, it's so worth
Nice.
watching. It's really.
So the record that I would have, that money, this was, you know, in that 01, 03, 04 range. And it was a name that, like, you know, I'd heard enough to be like, oh shit, people are, and then they came, right? And I feel like there was a cluster of folks who were all savvy enough to have requested the night off, gathered by 42, right? And having pre-show drinks.
Was I one of those people? Yeah.
1,000%.
Okay.
And then, you know, I'm pretty sure I might have made up most of the story, but I'm pretty sure that, and then, you know, I think leave, and then after the show back for, and I never did. I never, to this day, 20 years later, I've never dived in, but I haven't avoided it intentionally, but I've always thought that was without question your favorite band, Queens of the Stone Age.
Oh, oh yeah, we were all really into that at that time for sure. Yeah, well, I love Dave Grohl. I mean, like, who doesn't love Dave Grohl? Like,
Dave Grohl's in Queens of the Stone Age?
Dave Grohl was in Queens for a minute. Like, he was the drummer. Like, but you're right. Like, there was Rated R, and again, that was exactly one of those albums where I heard it at the record store, and I don't think I was working there either. I think I was working at McCoy's. I'd already quit working at the record store, and like just heard it on an end cap or heard somebody tell me that it was good and took it home. And Rated R is the shit. If you have not listened to that album, it's really good. It's a good rock album. The album after that is the one that Dave Grohl was on. And yeah, I went, me and Aaron Boy and his bestie, we all went to Columbia one night and to see Queens of the Stone Age, and Dave Grohl was supposed to play, and then like you get in there and there's like a piece of masking tape over his face all X'd out, and you're like, well, fuck, I just drove 2 hours for this. But no, I really do like them, and I think I've seen them 3 or 4 times. But that goes back to a band called Kyuss. Have you heard of a band called Kyuss?
Callas.
Kyuss.
Kyus. Okay.
Yeah. What is the name of that? I want to say Hidden Valley. It's not Hidden Valley.
Can I have Cider Ranch?
Something Valley. I'll look it up and send it to you. So Josh, however you say his last name, lead singer of Queens of the Stone Age, was in Kyuss.
Okay.
And now this is an onion you're gonna peel. Like, you're gonna go down in this rabbit hole, and you're like, oh fuck, there's a shit ton of people that are like super into Kyuss, man. Yeah.
Damn it, I had plans tonight.
Well, and it's very like, welcome to Sky Valley. Thank you. Very heavy guitar, very melodic, very, I don't know how to describe it, but the guy that turned me on to him was this guy, Matt, that I worked with at Streetside, and he was a DJ.
Okay.
So he was much more into like R&B and that kind of dance music, like electronic dance music. And this was a rock album, and he played it on repeat. He was like, this is like the shit. This is like, I'm going to find a way to like pull this into stuff that I do. Like, it is that good, like so good. And so again, it is like, if you see somebody like you're Kai, like, you know. But I saw Kyuss at the Hurricane.
Was that fun?
Well, I mean, even it's like I didn't actually see them because they had the fog machine on full blast on purpose. Like, they didn't want you to be watching them, and they just played the whole album. And yeah, that was fucking good. But I just was a real big Josh Homme fan. And so like, I've probably seen them 4 or 5 times. But
well, I always think of you when I see their name. And I remember in particular, I don't remember. Maybe I was reading some Rolling Stone top 500 blog. Well, I don't even know what it was. But whatever I'm reading, there's a blurb about them or a blurb about a record of theirs. And, if you follow AP style, right, there's a lot of very specific rules. I mean, I can loan you a book on it if you want.
I'm
super exciting reading. But it's all about consistency and saving. What is it? Type. There's a word for space on a printed new, right? Type inch. Anyway. So you always
kerning.
No.
Points per inch. I don't know.
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
But one of the rules is you always, no matter how many times you've written about it before, the first time you mention an organization in a piece, you spell it out. And then every time after that, and 1 through 9 are spelled out, but 10 and higher, and there's stuff with dates. And anyway, I'm reading this piece, and I hit the second mention of Queens of the Stone Age, and it says Quatsa. And I was like, Quatza, what's that? I know that. And I was like, oh, he's acronyming this band. And then I went like a couple lines later, and I was like, wait a minute. Do Queens of the Stone, does they get an acronym? And then I was like, I wonder if Lisa would call them Quatza, you know?
I would not.
Right.
I never would.
It's a strange little thought, but
I never would. That's one of those though, like, again, it's not just the music, right? It's the experience.
Sure.
Too. So I had some really great experiences watching them play. The last time that I saw them was at Grinders. My friend Derek really likes them, and he...
that was not... Were they at Grinders not too terribly long ago?
It's before the pandemic,
oh, okay,
but yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know, like, I'm a big blazing feminist, you know? I'm just a chick alone in this world trying to... And, you know, I went with Derek and, you know, guy friend, but not, you know, anything else. And we're up front. He loves this band, and like we're waiting for him to come on, and it's hot as shit. And I got some drunk asshole behind me.
Oh no!
You know? And
thinks he's met his future wife.
No, it's not even just that. Like so drunk that he like kept bumping into me, like kept like you know, and you know, people will say, well, you go to a concert, you have to expect that. It's like, no, there's still like personal space, and like you don't get to just keep bumping into somebody repeatedly.
You get two. The third, you get a look. The fourth, you get a hey man.
This guy ended up getting a full on flip around, both hands, shove you as hard as I can off of me and say, get the fuck off. And then his friends are all like, oh, hey. And you're like, no, you don't get to do that. Like, you don't get to say he's drunk and therefore I have to put up with this shit.
No.
Get the fuck out of here. And, you know, and that was in the middle of that show. And I was just like so angry at that. Like, just, and you know, he's got swagger and he plays into all of that. But then also, like, he's kind of an asshole.
This Josh character?
Yeah,
okay.
He got in trouble a few years ago. Again, like the swagger is sexy, but then you walk out on stage and somebody takes a picture of you and you take the heel of your boot and put it in their face to break the camera. He's done some stupid shit like that.
Okay. All right.
So, you know, I can go back and listen to that and be nostalgic about it, but I probably would not ever buy or listen like to them by choice. You know? Just too bad.
So I don't know post-production if we'll be there, but we are very, very close to flirting with the amount of time it took Adam Boyd and I to talk about 15 records, and we've talked about 4. I don't know about you, but I've got to pee again.
We should probably just go ahead and wrap it up at this point because I got to feed my kids.
Yes. You know, I wasn't sure if your buns were ever going to be in the chair, but I'm super, super glad that they have been.
I am too.
And thank you. I know time is hard to come by, and if somebody's asking you for some of your free time, it's kind of like, what? Yeah. Really?
Well, you know, whatever relationship we've had in the past, whatever experiences we had in the past, and whatever distance, like, you're doing something. Like, I know that you write. You know, I know that now I didn't know about the YouTube stuff, but like, I think it takes a lot to do something like this. I know it takes energy. I know, I want to be supportive of any of my friends that are doing stuff like that. So, you know, for me, I'm all like, nobody cares what I have to say. So I'm not going to get I'm not going to do something like that. Like, but you know, to give me an opportunity to talk about something I genuinely love talking about, and then another adult who, you know, shares that same thing.
Yeah.
And like I said, coming out of COVID, it's nice. It's very nice to have a conversation about just music.
Likewise. Also, you know, we talked about it earlier. You know, I think people should be connecting on a level, not all the time, you know, whatever works, but on a level so that it feels like there's a lack of connectivity in the world. And I think a little bit goes a long way. And, there's a lot of people that are like, I don't know music, and I wouldn't be a good guest, and I'm blah blah blah, and it's like, I don't give a shit about any of that. And to be honest with you, I don't think anybody else does either. Like, if you're gonna come to this podcast and listen, you're probably just as interested in the guest from episode 2 as you are at episode 22. Like, people's stories have interest in them. You just gotta listen or look. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great to have you.
Thank you for having me.
I'm already super excited for the live pay-per-view Sinead O'Connor episode we're gonna do.
If that day ever comes. I know we need to wrap it up, but I saw Sinead that one time, and it wasn't at all the ideal experience, right? She was supposed to tour, and I had a ticket. I had a ticket with my then guy I was dating to see her in Chicago on St. Patrick's Day 2020. That was the weekend the world shut down. They literally called off the show an hour and a half before we were supposed to go.
That is fucking ruthless.
Ruthless. In a place called the City Winery with a seats 300 people. Can you imagine?
Wow.
Can you imagine?
No.
It got rescheduled for August, I think September.
Of this year?
Last year.
Okay.
But her son died. And she canceled the whole tour.
R.I.P. and peace to Shane.
For sure. And, she says, I'll never sing again. Fuck it. Yeah, don't. But, that was like
300's probably not a bad seat in the house.
Not a bad seat in the house. And I held onto those tickets that whole time because they're like, we're going to reschedule. And then I get this email. It's like, we're canceling your show. And I'm like, no, can you really just keep my money? Can I just still have these tickets? Because I know she's going to come back someday. And and they're like, we'll put you on the list,
right.
But so, yeah, she's like my I got to see her.
I love it.
Thing.
I love it. I don't know. I mean, I would have done my due diligence. Whoever said, X record by Sinead O'Connor, but having enough knowledge of your love of music, I think I was a little more excited to dive into it. Thank God it turned out to be a good record. Because if it would have sucked, I'd been like, that fucking Lisa girl.
I'm not having her on the show again. Might have to just edit that part out, right?
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much.
I'm glad it turned out, Blair.
All right. We'll talk to you.
Okay.